It says it's a sub-adversary. Maybe it's counting a gift sub from last month.
Welcome on in, everybody. I hope you're all having a lovely motherfucking day. I am back. I am here. We're starting a little bit earlier today because I would like to just get into it today. I'm already nervous because I see that my face tracking is lagging, but I think it's fine now. I just gotta upload a VOD really quick for today, and then we'll be good. Ow, 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 you lagged me. Look at that. You bonked me so hard, you fucking lagged me out. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, shit. Hold on. You'll be driving? No problem. We'll be here. Ah! Why would you do this? I have done nothing. I have done nothing. Nothing! At least it's hitting your head. Yeah, I fixed it yesterday. I think. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I fixed it yesterday. But welcome on in, everybody. I hope you're all doing well. Ow, 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 ow. I hope the food is good at the cafeteria today. Yes, thank you. Turn the bread into soup. My bread into soup. No. Okay. Did you know that? Ow, ow, ow. I'm gonna hit the head. They're talking about boat slang. What? Ow, ow, ow. Boat slang? What kind of boat slang? What's wrong with my thumbnail? Desaturate secondary areas or use solid color backdrop. Add an error to visualize cue. Desaturate colors, blur the background, reduce context time in the image. Okay. Okay. No. Alright, we're gonna pin that bad boy, and then we'll post him later, and then we're gonna close this group, and I'm gonna remember to do the go live now post, because that's what I was doing before I got sidetracked. Like, why? Wait, why does your Pinot have big bad evil guy vibes? Swear bad date. But I hope everyone's having a good day today. A bit just so happy. Oh, I thought that just said big. No, it's BBEG, big bad evil guy. Big. I mean, same, I guess. Let's see, I think that's good. We need a hero. And I'm gonna quote post this one. I need to reply to a comment. Copy image. I've only played like half a campaign. That's fair. That is fair. It is a commitment. How I felt when I stumbled upon your stream. Okay. Actually, I should go to Metrical really quick. What does Yeetus? Hold on. What does Yeetus Fetus do? Yeetus Fetus throws me across the screen. Look at all these porn messages. Look at all these porn messages. Bonk.
Father, help!
Oh! Yeah, see, I got yeeted. Yeeted. And then I had to go back. Okay. Let's do the puzzle. And then I will 15. Kill. No. Does that still work? Ah! Rude. We'll follow this VTuber. Ow. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, what's the matter, Moira? She's like making the biggest little Murphys. Oh my goodness. Wow. Widowgoober. Where is it's this one? Oh, it's already done. Okay, just so talkative today. Hi, Andrea. How are you doing? I hope you're doing okay. I love you. Alright, there we go for that. And then I need to make a thumbnail for today. Oh, I copied that and I forgot to keep it. Whoop. VODs. It's kind of all over the place right now. I get that. That was me yesterday. But hey, if you need a friend, if you need someone to talk to, I'm always here. Just because none of her blankies are on. Oh, there's some big purrs I hear. I'm hearing some big purrs from my kitty cat.
She's so cold.
Gotta turn on all the blankies for her. That's when I had sleepy beans. I'm always sleepy. And then I was told I have to desaturate the background because the thing told me to. Huh?
It's funny.
What's funny?
The sentence.
I forgot what the vidIQ told me to do it.
It's like there's not enough AI in your thumbnails.
No, actually, it was like there's not enough big circle pointing arrows, big implications on the thing for my VOD. And I was like, I can get desaturating the background. Looking at it, it is all a bit like one depth. But the rest of it, you can suck my dick. I am losing. And to be. I could bring myself a bit in more. And then boop, 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 boop. Oh, 16th. And today. Refreshed. 17. And then gotta turn these icons off. Boop. And then boop boop. Hopefully we can play some Minecraft today. And we also have to play Roots Devour because I got a key for that, so I have to cover it. And save. Ow, ow, ow. That's all good. That's all good. Close group. Add new tab. This is still processing, so we'll leave that be. I need to turn on the other computer. Scoot. Alright. I think we're good over here. There you go. Yeah. These highs, I'm on your side. Alright, girls, you get it right. Oops. Go play Da Vinci. How pictures? Oh my god, my legs are cold. Wow. Ugh. So I just got my lead guitar player from my band since we go to the same School of Rock location. He's in a Black Sabbath tribute band. He's going to convince them to come over to my house and jam. That sounds so fun. I hope you have a great time with that. Oh, that's so exciting. That's very cool. What kind of jams are you thinking of playing? I feel like I sounded like a mother. So kids, what kind of cool rock are you guys gonna fucking, I don't know. But I hope you guys have fun with that regardless. Did I not do the right thing? Oh, I didn't do the right thing. There you go. So it's new metal, hardcore, and crossover. What's crossover? I know the new metal, but I don't really know about the other stuff. But that sounds cool. I hope it's a really fun time. This one, great. Ugh. This music's gonna make me fall asleep, I think. Let's listen to something else. Thomas has showed me a Pogo, Mini Death John, Michael Howell. Could maybe do this. I could maybe do this. It's a 2020 mix. 2000s. I'm not really digging any of those. I kind of want to listen to this. Crossover is a hybrid between thrash metal and punk. Thinks Suicidal Tendencies, Dirty Rotten Imbeciles, and Stormtroopers of Death. Ooh. Hello, Flame. Welcome on in. That sounds cool. I can't say that I know those bands personally, but it sounds really cool. Let me write. Is it in there? Hide. There's no one left to hide. I'm a half horse, half man. That I'm a half horse. Holy fuck, I can't see anything. Take a picture. Take a picture so we know your last known location before you died because of Pyramid Head or one of those nurses. So I've been... I'll be around later. No problem, Flame. Thank you. So I've been listening to a band I haven't listened to in years because someone played their song in a stream and oh my god, I forgot how much. What band is it? Also, Tubi is finally getting Courage the Cowardly Dog. I'm so happy. Oh, I haven't watched a lot of things on Tubi. So you're like 10 feet of visibility. That's spooky. I'd go home immediately. I'd be like, I'm not going outside. I do not want to play Dead by Day. Blech. I don't want to play Dead by Daylight in real life. No, thank you. And I have horse, half man. I can hear my nasaliness. Yeah, I was a little nasally yesterday. Might have been a little sick. I have horse, half man. I am a half horse, half man. That's what I am. Walk. Barasuara, they're an Indonesian band. Ooh, that sounds cool. I can usually see into Canada. Bruh! That's spooky! That's hella spooky. I'll be staying home all day. I ain't going out. Nope. I am good. That is spooky. Wait, what? What was the word I used here? I will not be leaving this. That's a good idea. You know how easy? No wonder so many people would just get shanked in like the UK, man. Like that's some straight up like shanking weather. Like you wouldn't be able to see them coming, you know? Nom, 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 nom. Thank you for the song request. Oops. I don't know if I like this. To get to the permanently. Is that how you spell permanently? Permanently? I don't think that's how you spell permanently. Yeah, it's how, this is how you spell permanently. Okay. Alright, there you go. Subtitles are completed. My arms be freezing off my body. Oh, okay. Now, why can't I hear this? Is it just that quiet? It is. Okay, that's fine. Boop. Boop, boop, boop. Let me open the folder for this. Well, it only happens... I think this is the one where I wanted, like, the earth. I think... No. I wanted this one. I like this spot. What only happens... it only happens once. The 1, 2, 3. Well, the existence of a leap year is actually very important. How do I exemplify the existence of a leap year is very important? To align the calendar months. It's actually very important to align the calendar months with the rotation of the sun. Rotation of the sun. This one would obviously go here, so that's not a big deal. Or 1582. which didn't align with the solar year, and that's where we start grabbing things from this. Ooh, Elena's confused. Wait, what? What was the line? Oh, which didn't align with the solar. But I had more universe ones. Here. Okay, which didn't align with the. Okay, if we still used. To the fact that the. Oops. Oh, boop, 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 boop. Hello, Rhino. Welcome on in. I hope your workday is well. To get to the specifics. My workday has been super busy. I'm sorry. I hope it's calmed down now, at least. To get to the specifics. Now that I'm off work, yes. Oh, I did. That's a bit early for getting off work, though. No, I hope you have a good rest of your day, though. So if we permanently removed or added, I think I want this part. Boop, 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 boop. Year. No, I get up about this time normally unless things are crazy and I work late. That's fair. That's fair. Damn. Okay, and then we want this clip all the way to here, but we want to reverse segment. So then it'd be like this. It'd go from snow and oh, wait, what? Wait, what? A little bit more in. Boop, 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 boop. Eh. Okay, we'll put it over there for now. So I think this is the only clip we haven't used. And then I think we're missing like a baby clip. Oh, there it is. I believe in you, Rhino. I believe you can get a new one today. I believe. Yippee! Okay, so Okay, leap year images. Oh, it's a movie. What the fuck? I didn't know it was a movie. I like this one. Video editing. Did you know? 38. This one's. The existence of a leap year. The existence of a leap year. And then I'm gonna crop this way because I don't really like it. Crop bottom. Hello, Sheppy. Welcome on in. Happy Tuesday. How are you? Welcome. Excuse me. Oh, welcome. Oh, this is the wrong one. That's the audio crosses off. Oops. Oh my gosh, Sheppy! Hello. That could be better. Oh no, if you want to talk about it, feel free. Otherwise, you know I got you. If I have to put someone in the dumpster bag, just let me know. Okay, I think Elaine knows what audio she wants to add. So here we go to sound effects. Let me do a little page flippy, LMNOP. Page flip. Baby, yeah, it was a baby. Because I aligned it with if you were born. My car got T-boned Saturday and I had to go to the... Are you okay? Your life is wild, Sheppy. Your life is wild. Do you go to the ER and they're like, you want the regular? Do they have a bed? Like, I feel like they probably have, like, a bed just for you at this point. With how many times you're like, I have to go to the ER. I'm just like, what? Hello, Rainer. I need like a marker sound. I'm glad I was only wrist, but damn, ouch. On God. Should we go to the ER often? They do because of like their work. I think a lot of the times it's like, something happened at work. And then, yeah. Big dick energy. Big dick energy, that's what that means. I don't know if it's gonna work. It's like BBEG, yeah, but about yo PP. I feel like you and Bex got like the opposite ones of like ones that you wanted. Also, hello V, how are you doing today? I think I just want like two, like in the middle here. Oh. Wait, what? Wait, I think it needs like, actually, it needs like 3. It's like... The bonk has sound? It has sound now. It didn't before. I added it, I think, last Thursday. Oh, that sounds to the other ones once I think of good ones, but... I want, like, a yelling sun. Boop. I was trying to peek with rain. How did that go? Ow. Made it to the camp before we died. It did. Aww. But that's pretty good. That's pretty damn good. Do I have like a wind noise? Wind. I almost made it to the top. Oh no, I'm sorry. That shit hard. Am I okay? Am I typing this right? No, I'm not. Oh my god, my eye. Boop. Boop. Hello, Bane. Welcome on in. How you doing? Oh, my eye itches so bad. I added new stuff, and it's boop. Yeah, boop. It's my voice. They added new stuff, and it's so hard today. What new stuff did they add? Oh my god, my eye itches. Oh my god. How it goes? It goes pretty good. My eye itches, and I'm not allowed to itch it because it's like being a bitch. Santa. It's like sleigh. Anyways, guys, was studying. I just told they added new stuff. I'll have to look that up. Peak update. But have a good time studying. Peak. Oh my god. Peak events. Visible player. More lobby security. More generated maps for map rotation. Fix some bugs. It doesn't seem that beta patch, maybe? I believe in you. You got this. How you ripping out my hair? Hey, that's how it be. But don't get beaten by a piece of paper. Don't get beaten by a piece of paper. I believe in you. It's a frictionless wipe. Oh, I'll be here all night. Faucet's wet. It's too quiet. I get food and try not to fall down the stairs. Be careful! Why can't I hear this? Oh, it's because it's not a mono. Add track, mono track. I should fix this. Think about this song. What the fuck? What? Okay, there you go. Did I have like a baby cry? Let's see. Okay, and now I'm gonna meme and I'm gonna put a Discord noise in here. Discord. Yeah, the song requests. I appreciate them. One here. Thank you. I appreciate it. Nothing better than a good old IBS song. Please don't tell me there's another update. Every time I've opened this every week, it's like, there's an update. You son of a bitch! What is this update, man? I want to know what these updates are. Like, it's like, oh, there's an update to snap captions. And I'm gonna update it, because, like, I should. But, like, every time there's, like, an update. And I don't understand. Just for me? Just for me? You think so? You think so? That'd be kind of cool. If it was just for me, that should be kind of sweet. I wouldn't be mad if it was just for me at that point. I wish they would tell me though what the thing is. Okie dokie. There's a readme. Thanks for be sure to help us. What is this? What does this link go to? Installing manual template transcript phrases deliver when you're ready. Preferences. I know the templates and stuff. I just want to know, like, what did you update? I don't know. Do I have an update log or announcement page? I looked for that the other day, and, like, it was, like, it just had nothing. There was no, like log page. Disagreement, term. Let me check their Discord. It's down here. Announcements. New snap captions 2 workflow. I have to create 3 most popular captions. They had a 2.04 version, but it doesn't talk about a 2.07. So that's a little annoying, but I guess it's like whatever. My just happy thing is that I only had that they had an option for like a one-time purchase, and I didn't have to purchase it. Like, there's no like subscription thing for it. Like, I think there is like a variant where you can get like a subscription to the snap captions tool, but I chose the one-time payment. You know a lot of bathroom songs. Don't you, Happy? Age update was a DLC. On God. How it feels like nowadays. Let's not cache has been. Please make sure. Okay, maybe if I remove bin, delete. Master, snap caption, workspace, overflow snap captions. What does this mean? Oh, that's fair. I don't understand. I can go there. This one, this one. Oh, stop it. Please let me rename it. Why? Hi, Shadow. We'd really love it. Oh! Hey, Lane, how are you? I'm doing pretty good. Where it says Big Albano, we shit on them haters. Okay, I'm excited. Norm text. Remove. Untags, shine. Oh, did you, by the way, Happy, did you already have your training today for work? Let me select the clip. I thought that was today, but I might be wrong. Do you know you can spell the word Q or Q either way? I hate the other way though. Let me tell you what. I don't like. I know how to spell it, but I'll always spell it like wrong cuz I get the order of the E's and the U's mixed up. And then I'm like, it's this one, right? And then I'm wrong and then I'm sad. Boop, there we go. And I'll take these guys. Yeah, I got done with my first day of training like less than an hour ago. How was it? Was it good? Hope it wasn't like too much of a headache or anything. Why? Bruh. Okay. Then I'll make it. Kind of digging this song though. Are the contract right? They're gonna pay me 1K. Oh, nice. Pew pew warnings. That's okay. Thank you for the heads up though. Shush me. Okay, let me recreate this one. Ow. Alright. Let's see which one I want. I liked this one. Hold up, possible caption. There's currently a known issue and resolve that causes gaps and overlays in caption generator when the template doesn't match. How do I fix that? If your captions have gaps between them, start later than they should, overlapping. How to fix this? Whichever caption template you want to use, load it into your media pool. Drag it into the timeline and drag it back into the media pool. What? I don't understand what this means. So I'm just gonna continue. Okay, so now we're going to change. Where did that go? This one went here? Okay. Is this maybe the same problem that made the other song that I like? Kind of sounds like it. Oh, it both has bar in it and Ikimmel. It has those two in them. Nice. As my German internet friend, if he listens to German party banger, he said nah, he listens to Midwest emo. What the fuck? I mean, fair. Hi, Sidra. Welcome on in. How you doing? I mean, fair, dude. I'd do the same probably. I do the same. I don't know why I said probably. I do the same. Okay. Shadow of the words. That's fine. Let's do this one. The background. We're going to pick a screen color, which is this one. Alpha, extend horizontal. Okie dokie. Main font. Main vibe. There you go. And then we pick screen color. We want this blue. Okay. And then I use the default. And then subtitle track 1, and then create phrases. Yes. Yes, my brain is working. And then this one should be default. Oh, wait. No, I have to change this. This one needs to be... And then we go here. No. Elena's wrong. What? Move. Delete. Okay. It's trashing party music time. Fuck yeah. LM main vibe. Transform shading. Okay, now let's try this one. We will call this normal text. Oh, wait, what? Nani the fuck? Oh, it's cause the link has the word slut in it. Like it randomized the link has the word slut in it. That's funny. That's funny to me. Automod said it was too trashy. I need... My brain is, like, thinking. Okay, there you go. Yeah, I mean, you didn't know, so it is what it is. I was just like, why did it flag it? There's no reason for it to, but I see now. Okay. Default. Wait, hold on. Maybe I should watch the video that the guy posted. Hold on. AI ad. AI ad. Sorry. Hi, Moon. Welcome on in. Happy day off. Hello. I'm watching this video to see if there's any information that I should have known. Okay. I see. They want me to make my... I see. I spent 5 hours playing games with my friends, which are... Aw, that's so nice. I'm glad that you got time to do that. That makes me so happy to hear. That's so nice. How's everyone? I'm good. What do they want from you? Okay. Oh my god, my hand is cold. Gotta look for at least an hour. See y'all. No problem. Have a lovely day. Uh, okay. Hi, Mew. Hi, my love. Okay, I know all this. So he just drags that clip, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, this all makes sense. Okay, I don't need this one. Thank you for the song, Quest Wife. How to share level 2 cabin. Okay. I don't know if I want to do this. I tease my buyer's group how I love you. What is inside sound? I just do level 2 freeway, level 2 fast, level 3 captioning. What's level 3 captioning? Okay. I don't trust you. I don't trust this ad. Get away from me. Get away from me. I wonder if he's doing the thing I think he's doing. Oh, no, he's just making it more... Okay. For my TikToks, I don't think it's all that big, if I'm honest. So, but now I know how he is doing that. So let me instead go back. Vast suit! Welcome on in. Hope you're having a lovely day. Hold up, the caption issues detected. Got it. So let's add a new subtitle track then, because I didn't know about this. And then we're going to go to track 2, and we're going to go to... Thank you, of course. How's your day going? I hope you're having a beautiful day. All right, create captions. Oh, transcribe audio, my bad. Without the way we would misalign the entire world. Did you know that this will... Did you know the did you know part can be removed? And then I'm just gonna put this on a separate track because I don't know if that gap's gonna fuck it up. So, okay, and then reporting the calendar within the month of the sun rotation of the sun. Before 1582, which was earlier, that's what we were just earlier, we'd be 13 days behind. Ooh, way to go. Roughly 30 days behind, there you go. Behind, the difference is linked to the fact that the Earth takes a little more than it's going to be the Earth. Getting to the specifics. Some months. If you were, oh, you exclamation point. Okay, and then let's go to. Just delete the empty track so I know what's happening. Refresh this. We're going to do subtitle 3 just so I can see how this works. We're going to create phrases. Without leap year, we could misalign the entire world. Okay, and then no test clip risk it anyway. And then I'm gonna look at this, and I'm going to. It's the default. Okay. Oops. Oops. Okay, maximum word amount, that's fine. Oh, I want the default one. Okay, there we go. This is what I want. Which I might have to... Which I might have to modify later, but... let's remove other, and then we'll create captions. Okay, now put that down. And then I'm going to go to main vibe. We're going to go to shading. We're going to go to this one. We're gonna add in the old one. And track, norm text. And then we're gonna go settings, up. We're gonna go here. We're going to pick a screen color. And then we're going to pick a outline color. Ooh, wrong one. Okie dokie. And then if we remove empty tracks. And then, Elaine, who is your bias? Chat. You're my bias. I actually don't know. I don't know who we're talking about, honestly. And what does it mean to have a bias? Like, is that just, like, is someone I prefer? And is it outdated to say G-Dragon? If we're picking, like, K-pop stars? Is that outdated? It's the only one that I know of that I like. Normal text. Default. Great caption. G-Dragon is the go. G-Dragon is iconic. Oh, thank God. I was so afraid you'd be like, Elaine, did you not know that he did this, this, and this? And I'd be like, no, I didn't. Why is my face tracking like that? That's pissing me off. But G-Dragon was always my goat. We should listen to some of their music, I think. Oh, what was he in? I forgot what band he was in. Nah, they couldn't find shit in court. He's free. It was drug related, but boy clean. To be honest, the biggest drug that he probably do is weed. With the state of Korea, on God, it'd probably just be like some weed or something. Which, when you're a K-pop star, like, so valid. Oh my God, yes. I'm sorry, Flame. I'm sorry. I believe in you. I forgot what oh, it was in Big Bang, right? Yeah. No, literally, they did like a hair test and everything. Boy, good. You can't mess with my boy. G-Dragon's the best. What does he look like now? Like, I grew up with him 2026. What does he look any different? I bet he doesn't. I mean, he looks a little older, but same. Pretty much the same. Oh, I only hope that I can take care of myself in the way that he does. Top playing Thanos in Squid Game Season 2. Oh my God, true, I forgot about that. Oh, my ear. My ear, like, is misaligned with my earbud, so it leaves, like, a little indent in my ear. Okay. Oh! I'm sorry, Flame! No! I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, my ear. One more poll! I believe. You have until, like, next Friday, I think, so. You only need one more, so each day you roll is another day closer, you know? It's okay. Now I know that emote's telling me it's not okay. Get your crayon. Okay, that all looks good. So serious. Someone. See if that's new. Used to be blood, sweat, and tears as our alarm to wake up for work. When I heard that song play, it would make me anxious. That's totally fair. That's totally fair. I couldn't have music to wake me up just cause like, honestly, it's not that I wouldn't wake up. It's that I want to stay in bed more and just listen to music all day. Okay, that's actually not bad. If it's BTS, I'll jump out of bed to get vibing. That's so fair. Very fair, very fair, very good pick. Let me see, just one more time, and then we're gonna do... I'm just gonna make sure that the playback isn't full, render cache none, proxy handling, prefer camera originals. Okay. I'm just gonna move track up just cause like I'd rather just be sure. Okie dokie. And then I'm gonna come over here and I'm just gonna edit the ones that I need. So we have normal text. We have vibe and shine text, which is... Oh, actually I can't do it this way, actually. That's fine. Let me just do that on a finished video then. My dream job used to be a DJ, but I never really pursued it at all. My dream job would have been like something to do with vocals, whether that be voice acting or hold on, sorry. I just realized like my mic is like doubling on my other computer and I'm trying to see how to fix that. No! I'm so sorry. I fucked up. Hold on. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Edit Q, what the fuck? I'm sorry. Whoa, stop. Okay, sorry. Like being a voice actor or a like a singer, I think were like my top two when I was younger. Sorry, I just wanted to fix stuff on my other computer and then I fucked it up. Yeah, I see what's happening. I see what's happening here. I see what's happening here. Maybe singers together? Yes! That'd be great. I'd love that. On God. Boop. I think it's that one. There you go. Yeah, and Soldier were my dream jobs. Grew out of the Soldier. That's fair. And like, I'm not saying that like it's impossible for me to ever become a singer again, but like, it's definitely a thing where like, I'm not currently, like, I'm not looking. Found a kitty in Zomboid. There's kitties. Old K-pop brings me the feels. On God, put a little effort into VA work and even got paid for it once, but didn't really pursue it enough. That's fair. Oh, hello, Folktale. I like your name. Welcome on in. All right, let me render this. The project. Oh, I like that. That's cool. I gotta look up something really quick. I forgot what I was gonna look up. Never mind. Oh, my love. Oh, my ear. Okay. Okie dokie. Let me get a Vibe and Shine video really quick. Yeah, I know all that's gonna be offline. That's not really the point. Point is this guy right here, which I'm a little silly because I forgot to grab the thing. All right, now then we go back and then we go to I have confused myself. Okay, then let's just do... Okay. Okay, yo. Yeah, this is the one that doesn't follow this rule, which is fine. And then create captions. Okay, it's gonna repeat that song because I panicked when I was playing it earlier. So 1 second. Let me find a different playlist for us to listen to. I don't know what to listen to. Do they... I really wish they had what they had before. Which is like, Spotify had this thing where like you could pick a mood. And it would like... Oh, a database gifter! Oh my god, thank you for the tier 1 sub to Yuki channel. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate you very, very much. Alright, yeah, these are like the mood ones. Party. Neon Cowgirl, what the fuck is this? I don't know what a lot of those songs are. Papa country? That's what I'm thinking, probably. Probably. Music for plants? Kind of migrate my playlist from Spotify to Tidal. Oh, what's Tidal? What's that? Oh, just very AI heavy. That is fair. The only thing I like about it is, I didn't mean to click it, but I like the DJ because like it goes through all of our music, so it'll go in between like songs that you guys recommend and songs that they are increasing it from like $12 to $13. My only issue is like if I were to move over to another like, welcome back, another like music platform, I don't know if I could host it like the way that I do on stream. Like I'm so ingrained in like using Songify and OBS plugins for Spotify that I don't know if there's any other music programs that do the same. Supposed to be less evil and looks pretty good. My friend has it. Tell me more. Like, let me know like what they think of it, cause I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind getting a better one. Don't you just wanna wake up? Vibe. I think it's great. It's worth. I'll take my whiskey. But again, I've been using Spotify for like years now, so it'd be a bit hard for me to change. But has nice catered, like has my podcast on it, but they've been getting eviler over time. Well, yeah, because like I feel like they're the only ones that do what they do, and like no one really stops them. You know, I feel like this was a bit silly to do. So I'm just gonna. I'm just gonna. Boo, 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 boo. Close this guy and then go here, and then we're just gonna continue working because I don't know why I did that. I don't know if I said their name right in this. There's some services you can pay to migrate playlists. That's what I plan on, but I also don't stream on Twitch, so I don't have to. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's the only thing. Like, a lot of the things I think I have problems with the streaming would be fixed by using things that aren't, like not Spotify, not Windows, but... Well, Ash was pretty real and has more sound quality option. Ooh. Music at this point, it's a cultural thing, especially if you include stuff like Spotify rap. That's fair. That is very fair. I feel like I said their name wrong because I was very tired when I recorded my script, so we're gonna find out if I said it right because I recorded her saying it. I think I get my bed at 3. I use Stats FM free for Spotify Wrapped. Ooh, that's fair. Yo, bruh, did I not record the audio? Oh, fuck. Okay, hold on. I'll go into their VOD. This was yesterday's stream. I took a break and then I asked them. I don't know when I came in. When was before this? Oh my god. Passia. Did I say it right? Please tell me I said it right in the video. Please. Oh no, my Da Vinci frozen. Da Vinci? I think my Da Vinci broke. Da Vinci? Oh no, we're good. Yes! 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 My phone died and I burned most of my channel points, so I gotta stop procrastinating dinner. I can get some dinner. We'll be here. Thank you for that wellness check. Have a good food. We'll be here. Hello, Rusty. Welcome on in. How you doing? How you doing? Let me replace stuff first. Let me V stars. I might have to edit the beginning a little bit, I think. I think I might cut it here. Ooh. Okay, this. Okay, wait. This one. Disable. Delete empty tracks. There you go. So it only should be this one, these two, and then that one, yeah. There we go. There we go. It's fall apart. Time breaks your heart. I wasn't there, but I know. There we go. Pretty good. I'm scared to log into Minecraft because I got attacked by a dragon last night and panicked so hard I logged out before it killed me. It might have despawned because I think we have entity culling. Sorry that my VTuber's lagging. But sorry, my brain died. It might be fine because we have entity culling. Compact and I think Tricky are on the server right now, and they could help you if you need help. Oops. Okay. And then now we're gonna just replace the icons. Wouldn't be more different to me. Oh, co_VT. That she loves me. Replace. I gotta go back here. Me. See her in the back of my mind all the time. A fever. And then we're gonna go save. V-star. No, my brain isn't correct. Undo that, like this one. And then I gotta get the colors. See her in the back of my mind all the time. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I actually don't know if I want to add captions in here. The more I think about it. Love alchemy and horror. Anything they can get their hands on. Craft wise. The depths of alchemy. A wolf is what I told her. And substance put her shoulder. About what I wanna do. Honestly, I can't often be fun playing horror games like Outlast and Dead by Daylight, or doing activities like tarot reading, nail art, crafts, and even baking. Exclamation point. No matter what this goat has its sights on. For a copy because you get an entertaining time. Okie dokie. Subtitle 2. going to change this to general text. No, we're not. Could go no further. Nothing disgusted by her. I was embedded. I'm coming home with you. Create phrases. People colder. What is what is older? What's into my shoulder? To drop them and their constellations will follow. There you go. Oh, I should have said in their posse. Ah, well. Wet, sweat, 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 sheer sweat, dreaming my squeeze. This smells got me on my knees. Blood squirt, stuff, shirt, and knee on the trees. All down the young and hell being good company. Dragon Sailor there, but I lived. I don't know why, but that made me think, I lived, bitch. I lived. That's what that reminded me of. This is not correct. 0542. Okie dokie. And then create captions. Well, that thing is generally the most terrifying mod I fought in this game so far. That's fair. What what mod does that one come from? Do you know? Does it say? Cause I don't actually know where all the mods are on the mod pack. Modify. Nope. Modify. Normal text. 3, 3, 5, 3, 6. Risk it anyway. Modify caption. I'm sure it was ice dragon for ice and fire. Fair. I didn't know we had that one. But fair? I'm sorry that it terrorized you. Okay, so... Oh, do I stop talking here? I do. So this is why you triple check the captions, because the captions are usually right when you stop talking, so... Alright, now let's look at this again. I could just do this manually, I think, if I really wanted to. Let's see. Okay. And then here, and then here. And then... Whoa. And then whoa. And then whoa. Ooh, this is the wrong one. I got the wrong one. This is also the wrong one. It's this one. Where the hell's my husband? Add track, actually. This one here. This one here. Here. And this one. Actually, is there any possible way I could... Elaine has an idea. Hold on, I need you to help me. Do you drag him up? That would be really funny, actually. I should quite like that idea. I wish my face tracking wouldn't lag. That would make me so happy. I think I know why it's lagging, though. Which means I gotta change it over here. So... Where's our... What? Where's our normal Wi-Fi? Huh? Maybe like putting quarters in a jukebox? That's exactly how it's supposed to feel. So I'm glad that it does. This one. There you go. Oh. Oh my god, my phone wasn't charging. No! How were you not charging it? Do not plug it in all the way. I have a meal on. Like, I don't plug it in all the way, and then I'm like, ah, fuck. To transcribe audio. It was plugged in, but not the other end. Damn. Okay. It's just a phone with a tail, damn. Oh my god. Oh, my jaw's being weird. This one. I would like a ring, I would like a diamond ring on my wedding finger. I would love a big shiny diamond, 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 diamond. Oh, it's mine. No, it's you and me. Oh, I like this song a lot. Okay. You just wanna be right where you are. I want the background to be a different color. Leave you. Was all like Dracula. Title 2. Phrases. I wanted text. No, go back. The settings and then default 26. Oh. Hi, Star. I'll be RB, no problem. How are you? I am good. How are you? Let me look at this. I'm a little confused. The empty tracks. I don't know if I want French tuna or grilled cheese for breakfast. French toast sounds like a nice change up. Nice change up. Let me see. What is the setting on this guy versus like this guy? So this is 558. This is 0. So if I put this at 0 and then I put this back in here and then I replace this one. And then I remove it. Will they say Alright, let me just... Oh, that wasn't the template file. I haven't taken my meds. Ooh. No wonder my brain keeps dying. I'm eating fresh. I'll have go for toast. Oh my god. Okay, we're good now. I would never afraid to never. Save. Roll for font templates, snap captions to move. These three. Ever falling. Something out to this hotel. Not around. This one. Okay. Save. Thought I just did this. No, I did that one for the current one. Then I just did this one, so I think this would be good. Oh, it's like dying, but maybe we're dying. Alright. Hologram. Okay, and then we can play like any number of these. Staging music, murder. Yeah. One, two, three. And does that line up with the? It does not, so let's go back. And then this one. Zoom, crop, apply. I'm gonna zoom out a little bit. That is on. You look quite divine tonight. These and you're truly the whale. Are any of these games Outlast? Big Brain Elaine will find one. Or I won't because I'm silly and I don't think I downloaded one. Wait, no, this one's the one. Then I have a hand cam video, I think. Yes, here it is. Stop. I'm not a fan of puppeteers, but I'm nagging feel that someone else is pulling out. Oh, it's that we know I can't live at all. Curse the name, you're the I did all. Discard, I'm high at the moon, and the summer afternoon. Let's do that. Let's do that there, and then let's grab a different one. We're gonna grab the most conversational part of the clip. We're gonna cut this one right here. And then all I gotta do is close when I'm letting go. Apart. Is it I know I apply. And then I want to add a track here at the beginning and at the end. I think this one. I want this one, I think. And then scoot that over. And we'll realign this pretty lady. Pretty lady. I'm gonna crop the bottom a little bit more. Like right there. If we were to do that there. Oops. Oh, I see. Let's scoot this clip over a bit. And then we're going to go here and then go there, and I think that'll be a better fit. This one might be more front facing, to be honest. Yes, it is. Okay, so let's put this one here. I like their background a lot. I could take the very end of it, I think, maybe. There we go. The empty tracks, and now that's all good. Now we gotta get a song. Make sure the authentic only is on, and then we're going to do stars. Thank you for the song request. Hi, Pocky. Welcome on in. How are you doing? I dared what I dare. I like this one. I'm good. What about you? I am good. I may have forgotten to take my meds until just right now, but other than that, we're pretty good. My hands are kind of cold, but we're getting work done, and that makes me happy because I really want to play Minecraft today. Like, I want to play Minecraft so fucking bad right now, but alas, I cannot. There are quite a few things I must do first. Take the booster pets. I did. Oh, I thought this was... Oh my god, Vex. What is this song? I didn't read the name, the title. This reminds me of, if God didn't want us to snort worms, why would they make them tube-shaped? Elaine, do you have any recommendations for composers? In what genre? The genre is important. I can't. Too many artists. Okay, I think this was all good. It doesn't sound like Tate though. Vex, why does it sound like Tate though? Okay, I did this one. I can leave this here until it's actually like posted on Thursday. Cause I wait till Thursday to do those. Alright, then let's do the V highlight one. And then we're gonna go here, and here, and then... Yeah, if I finish this video, and then I can do the 2 videos for Enshrined, and then we'll be good. Thank you for the song request. Let me put that one before the one that I added. Oh, big stretch. I've been added in the milk club. Ugh. What is this attening? What is this attening, my loves? I like stretch and hurt my shoulders. Oh, okay. Wow, you guys really like 2 the most? Can I tell you guys a secret? I also like 2 the most. 2 also is my favorite. 2 is also my favorite outfit, on God. Ow, 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 my ear. My ear. I'm wearing my headphones wrong. I was definitely wearing it wrong that time. Oh, my ear. Okay. Let me get... I had a call yesterday from a company I used to freelance for 2 years. What are they calling you about? Hard to explain, but I'm looking for an instrumental that also utilizes sound from nature overlay. Like, I kind of... If I'm honest, the most, like, ambient music that I tend to listen to, especially for, like, background ambience noise, the best one that I can recommend is this one channel called Bardify. It's what I use for a lot of, like, the background music when we play D&D games. And they have a lot of, like, vibes that might be good. You might have to mix in your own nature sounds depending on what it is. But if you're just looking for, like, general, like, vibe of, like a small city or cozy tavern or a marketplace, they do a pretty good job. I'll send it to you. I'll put it in the content caveat star. But I like this one a lot. This one's pretty good. This one's my favorite of, like, just using, like, general, like they have forests and stuff, but this is a bit more general ambience than something like Thumbelina. I don't know what else I would look for. I would maybe find, like, if you did, you could do, like, look at those movies and then look at their composers and stuff. I like the song that Pocky recommended. I do need to go to the restroom, though, in a minute. Oh, the song's almost over. I will go to the restroom after the song is over. Oop. Text. Default. Transcribe audio. They make, like, commercials, and their editor is sick for 1.5 months, like, mental problems. They asked me to fill in for this time, and I already talked to them to get more. Oh, so do you like working with them then? I'm presuming you wouldn't take the job if you didn't like working with them. But I'm excited for you. I hope that's fun, and I hope they can give you more work. Due to her sanctuary. Cav in my eyes is the V. Gives mother energy. Full time, she creates gorgeous works of art, which range from illustrations, concept designs, and VTuber models. Not only that, her studio known as. I need to grab the name of this. Sorry to hear the editor is sick, but glad they are giving you work. Agreed. And glad it isn't a situation like I had. Like, no shade to the guy, but, like, his editor was fucked, and they, like, brought me in. But, like, my turnaround was, like, 24 hours. And I was like, no, thank you. Like, no hate or anything, but, like, I can't do 24-hour turnarounds. It's not in my best interest. Fill in for this guy. They have a deadline. They want 10 reels for ZYN, like the nicotine. Deadline 2-day plus feedback round. Damn! I came in here like I fucking unit. You are a unit. You're a. Let me. Twitch. Let me allow the thing. All right, hold on. I'll do it that way. You are a fucking unit, Ponky. No one is a better editor than you. I mean, Andrea's pretty good. But you guys are, like, different kinds of editors. Like, you guys don't do the same thing. So I feel like it's unfair to compare either of you. Look up for the sunrise. Gonna babe, I think it's great on this world. Valorant. Valorant. Mention impact, right? More stressful than her divine duties. Theodore, Cav. Just as I do with all her elegance and beauty. Wait. Yeah, I made it though. We agreed 1.5 months for 2. I'll be honest, Elaine. I don't see using 3 much in the fur. It got me big mad. No, that's so fair. No, on God, that is so fair. Like, a lot of the times, like, I think most of the time that I was learning Maya, it was on school computers. So it was easier that, like, if something went wrong, I would be able to do it at school. And, like, it wouldn't be, like, a big deal because the teacher could help me. But, like, when trying to do it on your own computer, it can not, it's not that friendly, in my opinion. They're gonna fire the other guy, I'm pretty sure. It's just, like, that in the industry, he gone. Oh, no. Well, hey. Sometimes you gotta take where you can get your own opportunities. Sometimes you gotta climb that ladder. So I think this is wrong. No, this is correct. The lovely little lad welcomes you to your signature commands. The VTuber for elegance and constantly gives. Welcomes you to her. Oh shit! I don't know how to break this up. I guess that's not so bad. Range from illustrations, concept design, and VTuber models. This one. For being 2 weeks away? I mean, did you give them notice? Because I think that's, like, kind of fair. Like, if you don't give them a notice, I think that's kind of fair. Maincoow cover when? Someday? Not today. Maybe not tomorrow. Maybe later this year? Maybe when I have confidence, maybe? This one, back. I'm gonna add the song. Okay, I'm gonna go to the restroom really quick because I've been holding off and going to the restroom. Got 2 week notice and they just walked her out ASAP. That's crazy. I was in the hospital and they were like, oh, that's crazy, bro. That's, like, different though. Mental health leave versus, like, actually being in the hospital, in my opinion, is much different. So that's kind of crazy in my opinion. But really quick, I'm gonna go to the restroom really quick because I've been holding off on using the restroom. So I will be right back. I love you guys. I know sometimes in the fine print they can kind of do anything they want. Still BS. They say because the money reasons in the country they can fire you without. Wow, when you're sick, it's legal. If I could file a complaint, but it's not hassle. You get like 6 weeks paid after getting fired to find something new. Yeah, whoa. That's why now you're an incorporeal entity. Does it do these stream streaks things at random intervals? I think it does a stream streak every day up until 10, and then it goes by 5s, I think. And then I think once you get to like 30, I want to say, it goes by 10s. Best way to do it is a creative job is just to make yourself self-employed, take the jobs you can, send out checks. You pay more taxes, but the companies also pay you more since they don't pay taxes on their end. Ooh, that's fair. Guys, I've been like moody all week. I'm kind of pissed cuz I'm cramping. And it explains, but like I don't have this happen. I'm on birth control. Goes by 5s eventually, yeah. You need to play a fighting game? No. I just need like my platypus stuffed animal. Star, did you see my platypus? It's not here yet, but I saw TikToks of my platypus that I ordered. Look at him. Isn't he cute? Isn't he cute? But yeah, no, it only happens worse when it's like actually happening. It's like fucks me up. But like, look at my baby. He's on his way. I don't know when. He's supposed to be here by Friday, but it hasn't left Utah yet. So I don't know if it will be here, but I hope it does because he's my little baby boy. I don't know what to name him yet. Microwave it for a heat pet. Hey, you mean our baby, comrade. It's okay. It's our baby. Do you guys have any good night names or like... JK, I don't know if you could do that. Not with this one. I do have one that I can microwave, but I have plenty of blankies on me right now, so I'll be okay for now. But do you guys have any good night names? I have an otter plush that is... His name is Arthur. It's like a Japanese one. It's this one. The mochi otter. I have the gray, the lighter one. And so this one's name is Otto. Name him Otto. Is Otto a night name though? Should I wait for my fishy to arrive from your... Yes, I'm at a point because like Pixels and I have been looking for the best way to do it. On God, I'm just gonna go to the let me ask my roommate to go out this weekend really quick so I can do that. But yes, I'm just gonna... What is a night name? Like a knight. Like a soldier knight. Like a prince and a knight, you know? Hey, that's what I need one of my characters. Fuck yeah. Let me ask my roommate to go out because... Thank you for reminding me, by the way, Moon. I was gonna do it last weekend, but I had a lot of stuff happening last weekend, so let me at my roommate night. Yeah, Yorick. Is that a night name? Soldier Boy? Oh my god. This is a deep cut. Remember the Cartoon Network sketch comedy show Mad? I do. Kodak Black. What the fuck? What the fuck? Baldwick. Oh my god. Costco Saturday. Stop by like this area. I gotta ship these fish. But yeah, they're all packaged and all of them are ready to go. I was just trying to find the best way because PayPal has its own labeling system where it costs like $10 and then you can like a label is $10 and then you can just send it. But like, I don't know, we hadn't gotten around to it, so I think I'm just gonna ship it like however it is. And my favorite move, hello, hi, hello, TRC, hello. Pixels 2, Lil Yachty, Lil Bo, what the fuck? I'll just look up night names, you boobs. Fun fact, apparently in like ancient times, my family was a bunch of warriors, and there's even a oh, that's fucking cool. I don't like these ones. Famous Pendragon. I don't think he looks like a, does he look like a Pendragon? I don't think he looks like a Pendragon. Apparently, my grandmother always says that we were royalty when I was younger, but where's the castle? I don't want to borrow the castle. Knight Valentine, Wallace, Faust, Roland. I want good knight names. I need good knight names. Percival? Kind of looks like a Percy. Francesco. Knight names. I'm going there invading the castle. I was like famous knight names. Bear Arthur means Bear King? That's crazy. I should have named a bear Arthur then. Cause I have Arthur the otter, I have Bartholomew the bear, and now I have a platypus. Take Lancelot. Does he look like a Lancelot? Lance? Oh wait, did you guys I don't know, Baldwin? I don't like it. These are all hard to say. I feel like these are the Godfrey? Parzival? Share my last name with an old monarch family and have slight origins from where they ruled. I'm still trying to figure out where I'm actually related. On God, that's how I feel about my grandmother being like, we were royalty. I just like is there like historical knight names? Perry, Percival, Percival? I don't want to name him Perry, man. I don't want to name him Perry. Okay, we'll go. I think, okay, I'll name him Percy. I think it'll be Percy the platypus. Where the hell do you store your gold, by the way? Hey, Star, if you could just tell Pocky where the fuck your family stored all that gold, by the way, in that castle that you totally actively store gold in. If we just hit him up, let him know. He'd appreciate Macho Mundo. Macho Mundo? What the fuck even is that? Gonna pay. Heck nah, family secret. Fair. I have run into too many walls to ship these. Next time I will just open a damn an Etsy first. Maincoow kick. To the post office this Saturday. Okay. Sorry if I find that gold. I bet it's worth a lot right now. It could be. It depends. Depends on the type of gold, honestly. And if it's pure gold or not. Knights of the Round Table up in here. Oh, God. Or, wait, what would on God be? On God in medieval speak. By God. For God. So help me God. Instead of saying on God, we'll be like, in faith, on Lord, chat, on Lord. I fucking love TikToks where they do that, where they speak like in medieval times. It's really funny and I like them a lot. Alright, let me finish this video, because otherwise I'm going to be sitting here all day. Okay, let's start with this one. I bet they still say on God. I was looking at it. I feel like they do. They say like by God. By God. But I think it's still, I feel like on God, like still like it still sounds like they all stank in medieval time. They did. That's why the Black Plague happened. I mean, not same era, but like same but different, you know? By God, for reals. By God, in reality. Yup. Oh, it's you and me. I like the song a lot. Here we are, from the sun like Dracula. Let me just scoot this down. Oop. Oop. Okay, there we go. Bet. Oh, you want to bet? Hold on, I don't have the program open. Give me a second. There, it's opening. Stop. It's opening, you goobers. I love it when Poggy starts. You're all like immediate, now. The hell? Don't even. I didn't know. You gotta tell me these things. Tonight. You goobers. A bunch of gobbledygooks. It's not on yet. It's not even on yet, my dude. They're in flight. And the hell, bro? It just loaded. I just like, look, now you're talking. Look, see that? See how you see how they're talking down here? You see how like down there you're talking? Now you can do it. Now you can do it. Understand? Now you can do the thing that you want to do. You got to see little beans on screen first. You goober. Let's do this one. I'm rich. Can't you do like leaderboard or something? Hold on. Yeah. Gotta work a little harder there, Pac. I like her, like, being leaned in. Did we figure out a name? Sorry, I was giving Wallace some hibiscus. Oh, you're totally good. I hope Wallace was doing great. I think I landed on Percival. I think I liked Percival, like Percy. Sir Wallace. I mean, he does kind of... He actually, you know what? Wallace. I kind of like... Wally? I like Wallace. We're doing Wallace. Full time she creates. Play. She quite like Wallace. Oh my god, we twinning. Yeah, I'm gonna steal Wallace. I'm going to be stealing Wallace's name. We will now, no, it'll be like our babies. Your video editing, she got a huge You go, huge Are you talking about this? I'm gonna send you a pic of him. Yes, please do. I'll send you a pic of my Wallace when I get him. Let's do this one. Apply. Oops. You look quite divine tonight. Let's do 200 or 150 and then bring this out and then like that. This gamble, if I win this, I gamble. No! 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 Bad Pocky. Bad Pocky. No. Bad Pocky. Please, 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 please. Ah, fucking Christ. I'm all out. You guys stress me out. Pocky stresses me out, I should say specifically. Oh, I can't move at all. What's the name behind it all? Another Kibby! Yippee! How are you naming? Are you able to name the cat? But I won. This, what the fuck? This was rigged, but I won. How was it rigged? You won. I didn't want you to win. I didn't want you to go spend your money on gambling. What did you name the kibby? It moved forever? What are you talking about? And then let's grab... I want another, like, central one, I think. It's called... This color, what do I do? Actually, it worked quite well. Wait, no, did it? I can't tell. I like the ending of this. God, Cav's models are so pretty. No, the kitty glitched out. No! It moved forever. I think you're just being a little impatient, my guy. Fortune can't come in an instant, you know? Alright, I gotta scoot this video. Oh my god. Oh my god. I haven't had cramps like this in fucking years, man. This fucking... I'm so sad. I'm so sad. The baby! The baby. Raise your hand if you want Elaine to make a pet corner. So every time... So what we can do is... If you submit to me a picture of your pet, I'll make a thing, a 3D model thing that will go on for probably like this year. And like we'll have a wall. Like, you know how in Trader Joe's they have like a pet wall? Joe's pet wall. Yeah, like this. Kind of like this, but like the one I have at my place is different. It's kind of like the it's better, to be honest, better than all of these. But like I could make one of those. Do you think we should do that this year? I think that's what we're gonna do this year. I forgot to make cowboy hats. Fuck. Okay, hold on. I have to have a thing. Cowboy hat. Cowboy set for milk beans. Send you all your cramps of Draco Malfoy, thank you. Pet wall. Okay. I have to export this because my brain does not want to watch this in DaVinci. We listened to this song already. Ooh! I do like the song a lot. This is a good pick. Good pick, Spotify. Good pick. And a render queue. Render all. I'm pretty Spicefy. That's what I was thinking of. I'm gonna get it on this computer because I want it. Wait, how do I install it? Windows. Linux, Mac OS. How do I download this? I want this. It didn't work on my normal computer. I think it's because I'm constantly using it, but because I'm not using it all the time on this computer, I kind of want it. Do you also want this one? Yes. Da da dun da 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 dun da da dun dun da. I forgot to turn this off. Do 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 do. Done. Okay. Yeah, I like this. Do I? I like this one a lot. I just don't know if this is the one I want. I want this one. I wonder if there's like a oh, I can't type. Made $100. Very nice. Oh, you're a DJ in the library. Skip. DJ Mode Plus. DJ Mode Plus brings a DJ like mobile system smart play experience that is Spotify. It allows you to control playback, discovery, and navigation using simple text commands without touching the Spotify UI. I think section. Meh. I just wanted my Spotify to look pretty. Okie dokie. Oh, that's fine. I don't need that right now, I don't think. Oh my god, this can't be real. What? What's up? Doot, 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 doot. Okay, I stop. I mean, yeah, you gotta stop while you're ahead, because if you keep going, you're gonna go crazy. You're gonna go crazy. Come across something I need to send it to you. Okay, 1 second. I have to fix a video that I seemingly fucked up. Cool. That all sounded good. Oh god. No. Hello, Vex. What is... Oh, I'm ooped. Track. I'm just a little stupid. Am Save. Alright, now I gotta render it again. I gotta close window. Render key replace. Okay. Okay, but we can't listen to this version of the song because it's gonna drive me nuts. Add cue. Like, this version is just so much better in my opinion. Okay, good. It's still playing. Cool. My wings and come let me up. I get enough. I think I gotta do enshrined stuff now. You can have my heart. You can have my heart. Go. On my parade, I wanna feel it. Come told me over the edge. I want an overdrive, but it's too late. We're saving. Thank you for the song request. Great. I think we're doomed. I think we're doomed. Way back. And I forgot what effects I have to do to this. It's I got a mistake. I'm awake. From me, no cheats. I tell myself, you'll never see. You can't never see. but I think I like it. These are Vienna's new bangers, new gen bangers. Ooh, I'm excited. Banger. A man on my parade. I wanna feel it. It is an overdrive, but it's too late. What we're saving, coming on my parade. I think we're doomed. I think we're doomed. Doomed. I think we're doomed. You just start right. So, okay, so it does go there. Coming on my parade, I wanna feel it. Love me over the edge, as my head is in overdrive. But it's too late. Oh, we're saving. Rain on my parade. I think we're doomed. I think we're doomed. Way back. I need to replace the cover, I think. Clip operations replace. Enshrined. This one. Okay. Is that doing it? I can't find it. It's not. I literally downloaded it from YouTube and put it on my local folder so that way I could listen to it on Spotify because I love it so much. Oh, add track mono. If you want, I can send it to you, Happy. I want to look like Mafra. Me fucking too. I want to sound like Mafra. The audio, damn. The audio fixing, damn. What? Huh? Sometimes I practice metal screams when I'm doing voice training myself in the car. I can't do like metal stuff. My brain doesn't understand it yet, so I can't do it, but I can pretend like my soul knows it, you know? The gaps you cut away, I like. Thank you. It's because I think it's because I know my own recording, so it's not hard for me to figure out what I need to cut out and what I don't. That I do not have figured out yet. Fair. Add subtitle track. Okay, work, snap captions. Oh wait, I already have it open. My bad. Entity of the week. Let's just do default. Oh, subtitle track 1 transcribe. B. Oh man, I rolled over my blanket. Now I can't have it on my toes. Alright, now I gotta make sure everything's spelled correctly. Grubby friends and parasitic ants come close, come near, as I tell you of this week's entity, the parasitic plant family, I think? That's what I called it. Parasitic plant family, yes. The genetically related series of plants are found often on the branches of the light mass tree and grow with a variety of shapes, colors, and forms. Some of the commonalities within these plants are their clustering seed pods and the energy-dense material they surround them with. Contrary to what you might think when the word parasite pops into a sentence, these organisms are quite large. Their leaves are broad enough to tentatively support the weight of your adventure. Probably. And with that said, when they come to a creature, we've been exploding with ideas from okay. Hello, Ghost. How you doing? How's your day? Cute. Alright, so create phrases. This is subtitle 1, my bad. Energy dense material they surround them with. Adventure. Wait, does this mean this didn't change in here? That's a little stressful. I hope it did. Wait, no, this one changed it. Weird. Probably. Enter and injure. Maybe I didn't press enter on them. That's why they're having a problem. Create this one. Default 2026. Default. Oh no, this one is the enshrined one. Which, yeah, it's right there. Okay. Beep, 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 beep. Create captions. How? Oh, I didn't check the metrical for. Actually, for. The enshrined stuff today. And I also had to post on Reddit, but that's on the other computer. Well, no, I can do it on this computer. Did we listen to the song earlier? I feel like we listened to the song earlier. Maybe I'm wrong. I think Happy put this on. Yeah, I thought so. I requested it earlier and Pocky is on the same wavelength. Oh god. Yeah, this shit fucking slaps. I like this one a lot. Browse. Okay, let me render that. And then let me do the thing for Enshrined really quick for Instagram. Create. Ketamine and chaos. My nose is sore. Oh, okay. Maybe you listen to my favorite brand. Oh, sounds good. Oh, well, we love Mother here. Enshrined. What was today's video? Today was world building magic, I think, was today, right? Yeah. Original, next. And then share. Really inspiring lyrics. Horse medicine. My boobs are full and my ass is round. Let's go! Shem's bought me a mother desk mat, sweater, and oh, that's so sweet. I didn't know they had a desk mat. Okay, this one got posted. That one's fine. Okay, I commented on those ones already. This one. Oh. I didn't save it. This one. Oh, this is world lore ad. Canada. Like what? How they said that. Herd of Falco? Like, I think so? I put a photo of the desk man in the fridge in the milk club. Woo! Oh, this is Spotify. Sorry, my bad. Boop. Whoa! That shit looks sick. That shit look fire. Yo, for real, that goes hard. It does. It does. Give me this. Post. D&D art, I think. My favorite, all of them. Refresh. Back from brekkie, hell yeah. Welcome back. How's your food? So putting for the emeralds. Do they have to add anything else? I guess they do. I don't really want to do that right now, I'm gonna be honest. Ooh. Food was pretty good. I'm glad. Falco is the guy saying, oh, got it. Okay, that's all taken care of. We got Instagram, we got Reddit. I need to post in other Reddits at some point, but I don't need to do that right now. Save. And then let's do this one. We go back, we go to Enshrined, we do world building, we take this, we're going to edit, files, save project as, save, and then we are going to replace the background clip, question for everyone, what's up, replace this one with resources and shrine footage, we're going to do this one. Okay, cool, save. What's your serial killer trait? I think that means, like, if you were a serial killer, what would your signature be? So a lot of serial killers, you know, when they kill, they have, like, a signature that, like, brands that person as, like, I'm the one, this is the serial killer that did it, you know? And so Happy is asking what kind of signature you would have if you were a serial killer. And honestly, I realize saying this out loud as I'm going through the posting a story on Instagram. Right here, mom on your head. Damn, y'all are such goobers. Like, what's something you would do right now? That's like the more I say this out loud, though, the more I realize maybe we shouldn't talk about it just because, like, what if one of you guys becomes a serial killer? I want plausible deniability, you know what I'm saying? But also, I think mine would be, I'd write a lane date on a paper and leave it on the body. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why? Why me? I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. Think you misunderstood, but that is also very funny. What? Like something a serial. What's a trait you have that's kind of like something? Wait, no. Now I'm more confused because like now what I understand is not what you meant. Gotta keep him off my trail. Well, why put him on my trail? My trail is innocent. You get with it. There in a damn minute. Frame it on a lane and send parts to her house. What the fuck? What's something that you would make someone Oh, I have maniacal. Oh, so when I'm in a relationship with someone, I kind of just randomly will like I do this thing with pixels. So specifically, I did this with pixels. I was really cold and we were cuddling this morning after my therapy session, and we were cuddling, and then I was like, "Why won't you let me bathe in your blood so I can be warm?" Does that count? I remember I deadpanned it and he was like, okay. And I was like, yay. Pixel's reaction, what was it? Tell me. It was just kind of like a concerned shock face for like a salt. Like the silence was deafening. And then he was like, okay. I don't know why, man. He was just so warm. For real, when it came out, I just kept laughing too, and everyone was like, "Bro, you okay?" Happened when I crushed a first timer at Mario Party and kept stealing their stars too. Damn. But yeah, no, that's my biggest thing is when I love someone, I'm just like, let me just hack you into pieces. I love you. That's my thing, though. I think I could just do this. I think that would be enough. Juice Klein in this house? We do! Europapa, my dog. I collect pocket knives, so that's like, I promise I'm not a psycho. I feel like I've known a few people that collect pocket knives, so I'm not too worried about the pocket knife situation. I'm only worried about pocket knives if you start fucking bringing them out at baby showers, you know? Okay, let's get this done. Think of song requests. I'm trying to think, what do I want to do after this? Do I want to play Minecraft or do I want to just play? Do I just want to do some art? I don't know. I'm almost done with work. It's only 5 o'clock. I don't really know. Hightail? Maybe? I've been really into Minecraft, though. Did I say hightail? I hope I didn't say that because I didn't mean it. Before I got into pocket knives, the maintenance guys at an old job site just used to flick their knives open when they were bored, and I found it pretty intimidating. No, that's fair. The clicking of it is fun. I think like knives that flick out. No, you said Minecraft? Okay. I was seriously doubting myself there for a second. Enshrined. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Wait, what the fuck? I think I fucked up. Dun, 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 dun. On God, agreed, happy. Sounds like Cartman Dam. Dun, 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 dun. Okie dokie. Juice has the worst fuck ass haircut. I like it. I think it matches his personality, honestly. But we love him, on God, on God. Or as the medievals would say, on Lord, on Lord. Okay, Campton's okay. I wish I had a hairband, but I don't. I'm gonna brush my hair though. My hair's feeling a bit matted. It's annoying my brain. Okay. X. Woo! That's not what I want to do. Just deleted my entire timeline there for a second. Ow. Oliver Tree. I feel like Juice rocks it better than Oliver Tree in my opinion. I don't know why. I think it's because of Oliver Tree's nose. I don't know why. His nose just doesn't work with the bowl cut, but Juice's smile does. I think Oliver just has a bowl. Okay, well now I gotta look this up because like, what are you guys talking about? Juiced. I don't know, it kind of like matches him. This kind of weird like mix of a bowl cut and like a mullet. You guys can do as many songs as you want. I don't mind. Oliver Tree. And then Tommy Cash. Tommy Cash just has long ass hair. I don't like his mustache. Bullet cut, exactly. I don't really like his mustache. I don't know why it's like so dark compared to everything else. Elaine, make a goofy hair artist tier list. It would probably rank Juiced, Oliver, but only this version of Oliver, and then Tommy Cash. Making weird artist haircuts. That'd be fun. Pedo stash. On God, a little bit. Like, I don't really like it when all... I don't know. Like, the bowl cut... This kind of, like, cut and then, like, a dark mustache I just don't like. Like this. I'm like, I don't really like the stash. This just felt like 80s kid, which is kind of what I felt like he was going for when he first did, like, a lot of his, like, original music, which I liked a lot. But I don't know, this stash, I'm not gonna know the worst phrases, fuck yeah. But I don't know, this kind of stash just ain't it. I don't think it's really it for anybody. Like, if it's a bit bushier, then you have, like, that cowboy mustache, like the, mustache. You know, it's so fine who, like, this cowboy mustache, it's just, like, it's the basis of, like, this, but just thickened up, and it looks a lot better, in my opinion. I like that screen. It has an article. You, JKU, Ryan Goldman. Hi, Kiwi. I've missed you. Hello. How you doing? I don't know who this is, so I have to look it up. Also, where did my hairband go? It fucking fell. He looks like a supermodel to me. I can see why you like him though, Ghost. Mother Seedlinger. Also, I know I messed up the letters. Don't at me. I had to play electrician. How was it? It was a good time. Was it fun? No German heritage. Rip. That's okay. You can still visit. How you know German? From the songs we're listening to, Pocky. Who's your celebrity crush? Oh, I have a few. Hold on. Hold on. Frankenstein. The 2025 movie. He's in that movie. 2025. Oscar Isaac. Oscar Isaac is one of my celebrity crushes. Fucking Papa from Ghost. On God, though. On God. Batman movie. He was in the Batman movie that came out most recently. Is it 2022? 2022. Paul Dano. I also really like Paul Dano. Paul Dano is a cutie pie. Biggest crush though. Oh fuck. From fucking, oh my god, I feel so bad that I don't remember his name. No, I have a few. Aaron Taylor Johnson as well. Aaron Taylor Johnson. Is my writer die okay? I'll have to look him up. Aaron Johnson though. Loki. Hold on. Dark Montgomery. Dacre? Dark. Darcy? Dacre? I can't spell. Montgomery. He cute. Oh, fair. Who was the other one I'm thinking of? Fuck. He's in the Split movie. Oh, that's my man. James McAvoy. He's another one of my, like, celebrity crushes. James McAvoy, man. He can act, motherfucker. He can act. Lean beef patty for me. Kind of just internet celeb. Okay, I mean, that's fine. We can see that. Lean beef patty. Oh, her. I get her on my TikTok a lot. That's fair. She's pretty buff. She intimidates me, but she's a very beautiful woman. But I think, like, out of all these, like, if I had to annex them, I think it'd be, like, a tie between James McAvoy and Oscar Isaac. I just love them so much. My baby boys. Ooh, she could beat me. Maybe Patty, on God. There's this one TikToker that, like, oh my God. What do you think about Mads Mikkelsen? Peepaw. Mads Mikkelsen? He could be like my dad. I don't have any attraction to him, but I think he'd be a good dad. Him in this picture, though? Him in this picture though? Like the fuck? He's so fine. And polar. Fair. I don't know. My favorites are these two. He's really grown on me. That's fair. Who else am I thinking of? There's like someone else that I've been thinking of that's like a really good actor that comes up in a lot of things that I watch, but I don't remember who it is. He has a schmolder. He does. He do. I'm trying to think about who else I like. I think I have it maybe on my brain list. Who's the Last of Us Joel? Pedro Pascal? Pedro Pascal? Him? He baby. He baby. I can't, he, in my brain, he baby. He baby. Okay. I don't have the other, I don't have my, I guess on my other computer. I like ranked celebrities that I really liked. Oh, fuck, hold on, let me go look at it. Because now I want to know what I put on there, because I feel like I'm missing someone that's like really important in my brain. Diego Luna is so fucking hot. Okay, I will look that up in 1 second. Let me just find out who I had on here. Actors. Oscar Isaac is great too. I think I first saw him in like the Star Wars A New Hope movie. I think that was like the first of like that series. And I liked him a lot. Dano. No, actually, I named them all. Okay, fair. Fair. David Tennant? David Tennant's like, okay. He's like baby brother to me. When Dune 3 happened, I don't know. Has Dune 2 even come out? I don't know exactly for a handful. Yeah. Like, I know them by their characters, but I don't know by their names. Diego Luna's cute. I think he baby too. I haven't seen him in this new show, the new Andor series, so, like, I don't have a lot to say about him, but he cute. You have to kind of weigh, I don't know, I don't know, like, only in a... Oh, yeah, Timothée Chalamet! Timothée Chalamet gives me brother energy. Dune 2, I watched 2 times. Fair. Timothée Chalamet, I think he's just I don't know, he gives me like I wish he was my brother. Gene Wilder, I do like Gene Wilder, but I only saw him in like the movies. Like, hold on, can we look at him like young, in his prime? I don't know, he looks like baby boy. Like baby boy. When he took his shirt off, though, I don't know. There's like, I think like a lot of times, I maternalize people like this as like family. I don't know. Would be a cool uncle. Yeah, great uncle. I think Timothée Chalamet would be a great brother. Jake Gyllenhaal, best actor of the Denzel Washington. Okay, wait, Jake Gyllenhaal. He's also brother because of fucking. Wasn't Jake Gyllenhaal Spider-Man? Wasn't he a Spider-Man? What superhero was he? He was good as Willy Wonka, but he's famous. He was hilarious as Dr. Frankenstein. I haven't seen him as Dr. Frankenstein. Which one was he? Yeah, the only actor I know the name of is Paul Walker, Robin Williams, Jim Carrey. That's fair. Those are like the main ones. Maggie Gyllenhaal. Wait, are they married? Is she married to him? Are these two married? The voice when you press the crosswalk button. Wait. My only other, I think, celebrity crush is... Nope, my brain forgot it. Jake, who was Mysterio, is... Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm thinking of Andrew Garfield, I think. Who the fuck? Who else am I thinking of? He's like slipping my mind. He was there for a second and then he's gone. I'll just look up male celebrities. This, I don't think helped. I mean, Jason Momoa was pretty handsome. Hey, did you see? They're doing a live action Spider Noir. I did not. But like Henry Cavill though. But Henry Cavill though, like I low-key I really love him. He's really cute. He baby. I like him a lot. There's something that I was thinking about that I like don't remember, but that's okay. He's Superman. Yeah, he old Superman. He's not new gen Superman, but not a good actor. He's a great actor, actually. The writing, listen, him in The Witcher, great, man. He was great. I don't know what else he's in though. He's my Superman, but I do like the new age Superman a lot. There's a new Anaconda movie last night. What is that? He was a handsome, but I have like no attraction for some reason to Henry Cavill. I think I liked him. Like he was like someone I looked up to as a kid when he was Superman, and then when I found out he's just a big fucking nerd, I kind of fell for him. UK, whatever happened to the actor playing in Lava Girl and Shark Boy and Twilight? The girl, because the boy is Taylor Lautner, which is the guy that played Jacob in Twilight, but Lava Girl, Tom Welling, Smallville, Superman, yeah. Taylor Dooley. Nah, it looks like she just lived her life. Maybe she was like, I'm done with film. Yeah, it doesn't look like she really did much after Death Race, right? I don't actually know. Jack Black and Paul Rudd did an action comedy where they were remaking Anaconda. Best friends Griff and Doug have always dreamed of remaking their all-time favorite film, Anaconda, when a midlife crisis pushes them. Oh, I think I saw like a clip. I think like a clip of this. Remember Batman 2 with Robert Pattinson? I think a lot of people are, honestly. But I really like, there's a lot of actors that I like. Part 1 was insane in my opinion. I have to rewatch it. Excellent taste. Pocky does. Okay, we gotta finish. We have to finish our videos now. Part 1 was good. I like the cinematography of it. I know that for a fact. Hi, Jan. Welcome on in. We distracting you. That's okay. I wanted a little bit of a break because this is the last video I have to do for today, and then I'm kind of done. So might as well. Might as well get a little distracted. I want this one to be shorter then. Just like the world I just made up of. This, okay, so. This one. Oh, you know who else I just thought about? I can gush about the Batman Part 1 for ages. It was so good on so many levels, near perfect. Oh god. I mean, like, feel free to be honest, I have been kind of done with the Marvel and DC for a while. I just feel like they're making the same movie over and over. There was some sessions though in between. I feel like the newest Superman movie was really good. If you haven't seen it, I highly suggest that one, because that one was, and I also suggest Thunderbolts. Thunderbolts was a really good one. Thunderbolts, I really liked Thunderbolts, actually. I thought Thunderbolts was a good, like, I just liked it. And the Superman was very good, very fresh throwback. On God. Yeah, I thought Thunderbolts was really good. I really like the Russian dad. He was really good. I haven't seen the new Superman. I keep hearing about it, though. If you want, we could do, like, a movie night on it. We could do a movie night on it at some point. I've been kind of missing doing movie nights, so if we want, do movie night. Simple yet complex. Ooh, yes. Okay, bet. Bet. We can do that. Not a problem for me. I'm totally down. Both movies made me cry. I didn't cry, but I really, really liked them. Like, they stuck with me pretty well. I actually don't want page curl. I kind of fucked up and I did not want page curl. I wanted cross dissolve. And environments. So is enshrined. And then I need another cross dissolve here. Actually, I need to copy and paste these actually as well. Let me grab another cross dissolve. Boop. I just like how it was his own distinct stylized sort of like comic, but he's an actual detective. That's fair. That's fair. I did like that a lot about the aesthetic of the latest Batman movie. I did like that quite a bit. This works. Nolan Batman trilogy is amazing, of course. In the middle was a real gem. Fair. Oh wait, I want this one. I want this one. Is this widescreen as well? Oh my god, it is. YouTube. Thank you for the save check. Let me save. Alright, we're good. Lord of the Rings. Oh, fuck. Environment scenes? I don't... Like, nature? I remember I used this video a long time ago for something else. It was for an R-tips video, actually, now that I think about it. Start function. Okay, and then... But... Where's that but? But mixed with our own. Where is... no, I want this one. Jared Leto one, the whole movie was fun but terribly written. On God, actually, no, same. I also just wish Jared Leto stuck with music. This Is War is such a good song, you know? Like, I'm sad that it just... You just... I don't know, let it go, I guess. I don't really want to do that, so I'm just gonna try to download it somewhere else. Jared Leto is Bane. Is it Bane on movie? Yeah, a little bit. From that other you know what I want? I just want more King Shark. That's all I want. I just want more King Shark. I feel like, did they keep casting him? Money? They might. It's very possible that he pays them. Like, you know how actors usually get paid for their role? They might be paying. He might be paying them. It's very possible. I could honestly see that. That he just has so much money from his music days that he's just like, give me the role. And they're like, no. And they're like, $1 million. And they're like, huh? I liked him in the new Blade Runner sequel. I haven't seen that one. Is it good? Is it good? That would be hilarious. I feel like it just sounds like I just feel like that's what he be doing. Clips. Oh, I don't like that one. Actually, so I can see the whole thing. And you watch the Harley Quinn and Ivy animated show? Has King tried it a fair bit? Pixels likes it a lot. Pixels likes that one a lot. He likes the relationship that, like, Ivy and Harley have in that one. I like this shot, I think. Right here. The one you won't forget. Down a million timber. You better move. You better dance. Okay. Similar to how. Forest scene. I gotta sleep. Good luck with project. Have fun. Good night, Happy. Thank you for hanging out. I will miss you. Good night. Good night. Good night. An hour. You know I boiled up on cash. I'm off it. Up the same thing as rise as fuck with my version truck. That shit's not downloading videos. Random, but when my little bro was cleaning his room, he found his old DS, and I might just. Yes, dude, do it. I miss playing DS games, honestly. I really miss playing DS games. A lot. Like, a lot. I miss playing on my DS when I was younger. Like, what I miss the most is Cooking Mama. And I know I could emulate it, man, but I'm lazy. It'd be fun, though, to, like, go down memory lane, though, and have, like a Nintendo month, though, and play, like, old Nintendo games. You're already gone. I want to get a PSP and try fixing it because I lost mine when I was moving a few years back. I wish I could give you mine. Honestly, I just played it. Well, I have. Hold on, wait, let me. Yes, I have one. And I only played it like once so I could play Project Diva. But I'd give you mine if I could. Tissimo. Shrek swamp scene. But I should say I don't wanna run. This one works. I don't know if it'll let me download it though. Could it like be saying it do be, but it not. Yeah, it not. Okay. Download. I'll probably look for a beaten up one and replace the shell, then I'll get new batteries for it. That's smart. That's a good idea, honestly. This one, put that there. Shine. the forests. I want another one of... Did I do 24? Which one did I do? I did... That was 24, so let's do 6 then. Hi, Moira. Hi, baby. You okay? If you need a cough, just cough, okay? May I pet? Doing okay? And Cat's like coughing a little bit. She's like going, like with her throat, not her nose. Worrying me just a little bit. Tatooine clip. Tatooine. Tatooine scene. Star Wars. Oh, maybe we need to update Shutter encoder, and that's why it's not downloading web videos. I'm so lazy about it. Hopefully it's easier to update. Yes. Because sometimes I don't update it because it's kind of annoying to update. Yes. Okay. I accept. Is this gas? Yes. I like this song. Yes. The color of my underwear. You wanna go? What I got going on down there? Pink or it's all see through. Lower back tattoo. All down south. I'm talking about function. Andrea, why is Shadow and Kodo not downloading web videos? It's like not popping up in when you're downloading it, saying it downloads, but it's not. I don't know if I'm doing something wrong. It's like not downloading video. Yeah, I don't know why. And I don't know. I guess I could just fucking do it like this, I guess. I'm gonna get a fucking virus. I'll be okay. I don't know. I feel like YouTube might have updated the way it does its stuff. Now I can't download anything. Maybe it's YouTube. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But I don't know how else to download stuff. It's been weird for honestly a little while. I just don't know what to do about it. You know, because YouTube's down on my end. What about Cobalt tools? Weird. Because like it's working fine for me, so like okay, maybe it's not. Oh, no, it's fine now. Vacation, I've been doing just fine. Gotta be damned because I want it all. But out with a kiss, how did it end up like this? Now let me go. I'm afraid of this video, but I'll look at it. Shut the fuck up! Oh my god. I really need to get a different ad blocker. This shit piss me off. Oh, you son of a bitch. Haha, this is not what I thought. Download is currently disabled due to restriction from YouTube side. Oh. Yeah, just straight up down. Nope, yep, it's broken. Oh, fuck! Okay. That means I gotta look somewhere else, right? Star Wars Tatooine scene. I just go like Daily Motion or something. Star Wars. What is this? No, that was when... Do they have any other... Daily Motion. I just want the Tatooine scene, man. Tatooine. Tatooine Star Wars. What the fuck is this? Bro, this is just gonna make me go crazy. I just wanna... No, no, don't take me out of it. Don't take me out of it. Come on now. Troll. Jealousy turning swains into the sea, turning through sick lullabies, choking on your alibis. Can I download this? What is this? Oh, bro, please. Bro, please. What is this madness? I need videos. I need videos. I'm gonna. No. No, no, no. You Reddit? A New Hope. YouTube. What about this one? Oh, you fucking... Please. Going to sleep. Good night, Pocky. And like... on YouTube. How good stream? Thank you. I need a scene of Tatooine. Like a big view of Tatooine. Like, I need like... Ahsoka. Fuck, I don't know which one it is. Episode 1, maybe? No, it was like a later episode that are the older ones, right? Yeah, I think. I just want a scene of Tatooine, man. The Master used to be. What about this one? I think, you know what, this works. You... Please, 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 please work. Yippee! Motion, because you can't do it on stream. DM it to me. Oh, fuck. I forgot to do it. All this. Boop. Let's just see. Oh, no! This makes me want to watch Clone Wars. Don't tell Pixels. Wait, hold on, what the fuck? Tattooing as I like to. As I like to refer to it. Okay. Boop. You're really smart, Andrea. That I could do that. I could do that. I didn't think about that. I think we'll get by with what hopefully I need for now, but that is very fair. If it doesn't work the next time I make a video, I'm definitely doing that. Cause like who knows? I'm hoping that they'll fix it by the time like I need to make another video, but if they don't, I'm gonna do that because I need it. I think our playback is broken. Proxy, I prefer camera originals. Time back resolution full. Okay. Okay, it is working. Oh, I need to restart DaVinci. I haven't restarted it in a while, so it's probably a bit hefty. I don't think I need any other Star Wars scenes. Let me read the script though. Enshrined. This one. I also need to get the text in here, which I forget to put in the template, but that's okay. Okay. This one. We go like this. And then we cross dissolve this. Except I want this to be on the outside, so be on the outside, please. Bruh, please. Cross dissolve. Cross dissolve. This is a page curl. Page curl. Keep. That one's good. Oh, this is the one that's not good. Okay, got it. Page curl. Right at the beginning. Wait, this should be a page call actually. Shaka. I might change this one because we kind of have this clip with our Eldritch mindset. Let's add this one instead. Boop, 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 boop. Mm-hmm. Cross dissolve. Rasputin, the Russian queen. So is our swamp, so I have to put something there. Swamp. Clip. Oh, wait! Give me episode. Whoa, I don't think it was episode 1, actually. It was. Actually, I think I saw it in here. I'm wrong. But I could scroll. No, I can't. There's been so many things of Star Wars coming out that I can't. Episode 2, maybe? What episode is Luke in a swamp? Episode 4. Episode 5? V? 5. That's 5. So smart, Andre. I found it. I loved Yoda in this movie. It was very funny. He was very much just a little gremlin. Oh, wait, that's not what I wanted. I don't think. Does it have the clip in it? Wait, let me see if they don't just have like a clip of that, because this is a trailer for my allies, the Force. This one. Give me that one. Yes. I do a lot of Star Wars in this one. I don't think that's necessarily that bad though. I just need to do like credits for where I got the clips. So this one won't be. I kind of just want the clip of Yoda, if I'm honest. But I should honestly just get the environment of the swamp. Let's do this part. Also, let me get the size of it so I can see if I like it. This is our swamp. Link clips. Let's do a cross dissolve here, and then I think I could do this one. Cross dissolve. Wait, no, this is a page curl, but we still need the cross dissolve right here. What? Okay, there we go. Cross dissolve. Cross dissolve. Page curl. Save. Delete empty tracks. I have a song. Oh, kitten, drink from the Buddha. Little kitten, drink from the Buddha, please. Each of the biomes created by the enshrined has been inspired by a very not far from our elders might have bringing it anew. What is our swamp? Swamp is blah blah blah. blah. Or Tatooine. I like to refer. I refer to it. To RPGs and more just take on them. On the bread, please. Kittens, drink from the bread, please. Okay, that should be better. Since I had you. Cool, and then I need to go into a previous video. Boop. To be with you in paradise, what I wouldn't sacrifice. Why'd you have to chase the light somewhere I don't go? This world alone. This world alone. I have to look up what episode this one's from. Okie dokie. Do that. This is. I don't know what that scene is from. Don't know. An eternity since I had you. Shush your face. Oh, they don't timestamp it with what it is? Shush. Skip. What section is it? I think it's in the. It's pretty close to the beginning, I think. This night is just. Damn. I don't know what episode this is from. Buh. There's the town. It's the town. What town is this, though? Where did I get this clip from? It's in here somewhere. LOTR is seen where there is a village in the distance. Okay, I don't know. I'm just gonna write Lord. I'm just gonna do that because I don't remember. This is Avatar. What the fuck was it called? Seeds of the Sacred Tree scene is what I... Being the second film? Okay. But I might be wrong. I can... Listen, the people that are gonna watch this video to make sure it's right knows it, so... Lord of the Rings movie. So they can let me know if I'm wrong. To the Two Towers. So if I'm wrong, they can let me know. If not, and they don't notice it, then, you know, it doesn't really matter. God, oh, this is not the song I thought it was. But I really like Tame Impala. This is this one. For Ally is my force. For Ally is my force. Ally is my force. Star Wars Episode 5. And then this one. Which one is this one? Jar the Mechanic. Andrea, do you know what scene this one's from? With baby Luke Skywalker? I don't remember. The Phantom Menace? The Phantom Menace. Star Wars The Phantom Menace is what this one says. The Phantom Menace. Pod Racing. Star Wars Episode 1. Jar the Mechanic. There we go. Thank you! So I've noticed that a lot of people that when they, like, do, like, references to, like, pop culture media, they'll do, like, little, like, text call-outs to, like, credit it. I've also seen, like, Papa Me do it, so I was doing it with our videos because we don't have enough footage to just fully pad this out with our art, so I appreciate you. Alright. I don't know what I want to do now that I'm done with work. If I want to do art or if I want to do Minecraft. Think I want to start with art and then do Minecraft, maybe? I think is my plan. Oh, my arm itches. But what art do I... Aww. What? Try it again. And if it fails again, we'll check it out. But, I have a collab tomorrow, so I need to make the thumbnail for that. Composition at 2808. 2808. What's happening here? I don't actually know. So let me reopen this file. Maybe it'll be happy with me. Trying to think what I want to do. Because on one hand, we could work on 3D modeling. I have some 2D stuff I need to work on. I need to is not really. That's not accurate, but could work on. I might make like a wheel of like a wheel randomizer that just picks for me. Yes, to render Q, render 1. More like us. Wheel randomizer. Okay, so let's do 3D art. Oh. Fusion composition, add 1. Okay. Then let's try doing... I don't know if it's this, but I'm presuming it is. Let's file, say project as copy. And then let's do new compound clip, create, delete empty tracks. Oh. Well, that's weird. Okay, first of all, this needs to be like that. But saying it's like a problem here. 08. What's wrong here? Oh, weird. If it's still casual, try rendering with GPU instead of CPU, or the other way around. I can. That's very strange. Let me try that though. Wait, how do I change it? Try to remember. I think the cross dissolve is what's breaking it, which if that's the case, then let's do it. Let me just video transitions. So it seems like the cross dissolve is kind of breaking me. Turn green. Very strange. It's like this clip is broken. Let me grab a different clip. That one's too short. This one works. Will I ignore? Apply. Now can we do the cross dissolve? I don't think that's supposed to be doing that. Okay, we're gonna render it differently and hope that it's okay. Oh, it's a clip that's borked? Oh, man. Well, I changed the clip. I changed the clip itself to a different clip. What about... Did I use this one already, though? I did use that one. Oh, we only have so many beach clips. If I re-import this one? Nope, that one's not happy. That's so weird. It's like... That section is, like, upset at me. What about this one? Let's do... Would that fix it? Oh, that seems to work. Is a proxy thing, maybe? Oh. This one works? Full body rockin'. Turn it down. You know what? Let me do something. Let me see if this fixes it. The Naz is mad at me. Still broken. It's still mad. I don't understand why you're so mad. The Star Wars clip because I want to make sure it's not the Jar Jar that's messing it up. Okay. Let me do it like this and then could be. I kind of fixed it, so maybe it was just that clip. What's happening? Okay, wait. What? Here, let me give this one. Test. Oh, wait, see, it's not all pink. Now it's all pink. Wait, what? What's your issue? That seemed fine. Schwonk. Wait. Boop. When they're gone, they're calling. It seems like it's all the clips from the NAS, which is really confusing. Yeah, I don't... Maybe I just need to restart my computer. Let me do that. Let me restart this computer. Because it was literally working like a minute ago, so I don't really know why it's being weird. Okay, cool. He's turning back on. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop. Bless you. Tell myself that I'll be strong and leaving when you're gone. They're calling. Let's look. Not this video, wrong video. Biome inspiration. You okay now? Oh. Oh, it seems like it's okay now. Huh. Okay. Okay, I guess it's fine now. We'll see if it works out over here. again. No. Okay, let's try. Please. Damn. It still looks normal, right? Yeah, it like actually looks fine, so I don't. Fuck, man. Let's just do. Let's do this one. Yeah. Oop, oop. Why is it doing that? Is that how that's gonna look? What? Oh, boop, boop. Fuck, man. You didn't retime it? No, I did not. Same. Okay, let me just remove. What's at 2808? Hold on, what's at 2808? Here, let me just remove this transition then. And see if that just fixes it, baby. Replace. Fuck. Okay. Okay, what's at this point? What is that? What is it? 8. Give me 8. Okay, it's Jar Jar clip. So what if I just remove Jar Jar clip? Okay, maybe it not clip? What else could it be, though? No frame available for media out 1? Is it literally the text? Is it literally the text? Do you use any fusion comps? I did for like this, but I shouldn't be the. I've done. Cause like if that was the problem, all of the snap captions should be a problem. I think. I swear to God, it was that motherfucking text, bruh. $807. Is it the text? Is it literally the text? Here, I'll just delete the fucking whole text. I'm back, waiting for 3 games. Ooh, games. You know, I just realized that I didn't do the audio. Might be the text, which is crazy. That's crazy to me. Crazy, I said crazy. It's literally the same text as what I used over here. Whatever. As long as it works, I guess. I'm just gonna add this cross dissolve right here back. Oh my god, okay, well, whatever. This is a cross dissolve. There's a page curl here, so this goes here. Cross dissolve, page curl. Cross dissolve, cross dissolve. Page curl here. Give me one of them audios. The text was probably missing a BG node for some odd reason that was causing it to crash. Try some dating game, but I'm not 100% trying out. Hey, the best thing you can do is try things out if you're not sure. Okay, that's a cross dissolve. Fuck yeah, weird ass shit. Alright, we're good now. Alright, just one more, and then we can be good. Hello, Scarlett. Welcome on in. How you doing today? Thank you, Andrea, for debunking that with me. That shit was about to make me mad. Hello, welcome on in. Hello, Daedalus. Hi. Alright, there we go. It's done. Oh my god, that fucking was about to piss me the fuck off. Good lord. Thank you for the one check. I hate when it's like a variant of something that like you never really changed. Cause like I never changed anything about the text other than what it said changed. But I guess something about the Phantom Menace be getting in my computer. Is that voice meter? This is voice meter. This is what I use to hear my second PC. This one. There you go. I gotta flip this back because I'm gonna do art. I just don't know what kind of art. And then I'm playing Minecraft on our server. If anybody wants to play, as long as you're subbed or grandfathered in, you can. Compress to zip file. I gotta send this to my other computer though, cause I'll be playing it on the other computer when I be streaming. Do you like? I use SteelSeries Sonar because it. Do you like? I use SteelSeries Sonar because it integrates nice with my headphones. I like it just because it works. Like, it's the best solution to. How do I put it? Share audio between multiple devices. Peak time is between 6 and 8. So then right now, gotta work on some style frames. Otherwise, I would play. No sweat. No sweat. We're not doing it now. We're gonna do art first. So don't worry, Star. We'll do art together. I'll do homework with you. I mean, it's not really homework, but, you know. So when I do heavy VFX stuff on Fusion, I need to render in a few passes, and sometimes I forget to connect background nodes to the... But that shit should be automatic. It was just some text, bruh. Alright, what do I have on my computer that I can close? I won't keep that open. Close this. Okay. We're in a cute cat music video. Ooh! And you won't even know until it crashes in the last frame. Ugh. Why? Ooh, I did not mean to have this here. trying to think of something, but now I've forgotten. I don't really know what my brain was. Oh, I wanted that randomizer wheel. I'm actually gonna go to the restroom. Okay, so sometimes I'll wait 15 to 20 minutes for it to render, only for it to crash. Ugh. That would hurt my feelings. On God, lucky it's only like 10 seconds that I have to wait for a lot of mine, but that would just hurt my feelings. I'm gonna be right back though. I'm gonna go to the restroom, so I will be back in 10 seconds. Pick what we're gonna do. Okay, so we could do 2D art, 3D art. All right, let's start with that. Okay. That worked for me. I have no qualms with this. I do want to check something in... Nope, not you. Go away. I want to check something over here really quick for debut. So I need to make a list of things I want to finish for debut. Even though I don't know when that's going to be because... life and stuff. I need to close some of these. This one. How to split audio. Okay. Just want to know. Just really only do one of these at a time, so I will do the DaVinci first. You fuck off. I just want to know how this is going. Stop the music. That's not really what I wanted to see, but that's okay. Okay, that's not what I wanted to see. Oh my God. Go away. Go away. Relink. Stream. Is it this? Okay, close. Cancel. Relink. Next time I'm mistaken. This one, resources, templates, select folder, cancel. Where is that on my computer? Video editing, resources. It's right here. Clip operations. Let's replace it then. I love you and I swear I still do. That one. And then clip operations, replace that one with the one right here. Okay. Hello. How is Rocket League? Welcome on in. Snowstorm time. Cold Crew is raiding your stream. Welcome on in. How was your stream? I hope you had a good one. If you need to raid and rest, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy us as we're getting into some art. I was just checking how my animation was going for this. It looks like I finished it. It looks like that, but I'm not completely sure. I'm also readjusting my blanket. But how is it going? Feel free to tell us how your stream went. If you don't know me, hi, I'm Elaine, otherwise as maincoow on all my socials. I am a goober with a small heart, but a big heart, but a little brain. My bad. My bad. My bad. Wait, was this gray? It's got to transition to gray, which means we need a color compressor, which is, I think, the last thing I got to do on this. Oops. And then effects, compress saturation. And then I might want this one. Go there. Hi, Noxia! Hi, hi, hi. How you doing? And then let's cross dissolve this ending. And then I want... Hold on a sec. I'm almost out of ads. No problem. Welcome, welcome. I was just hoping that you had a good stream, you know? Hope you did. Hope it was a good one. What? I think I should have made that more dramatic. Whoops. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Whoa, my hard performance today. Woo! You're a good one. You're a good one. I don't know if I want that to be more like fast and dramatic. I think I want, what is that? This to scoot. Like here. What are we working on today? Anywho, I'm just making sure that like this, which is my lore video, is all good. Which I need one more text thing for, which I don't think I have. But yeah, I'm just making sure this is all good for whenever we debut. Don't ask me the day, I do not know. But yeah. And then we're gonna do some 3D art. you.
Maincoow,
Thanks, thank you for
Maincoow,
the birthday.
hypod,
154
Maincoow,
fucking
Maincoow, hypod,
mods.
Maincoow.
Mwah, thank you. Imagine debuting on God. Alright, I just want to have... I don't know if I can edit. No, I can't. Where is... Ooh, wait, no, that's not it. Aw, fuck. I kind of just want the text from that, but I think I'll just do it like this then. I'm trying to remember what this is. Well, how are you doing? If you need a rated rest, again, feel free to. We're just gonna be here, just hanging out, doing some art. But I appreciate it if you hang out. You need to edit the Fusion comp itself. Which one is that? I don't know which one that is. I'm gonna be honest with you. Where is it? I've never rested a day in my life. You should. It'll be okay. You know what? It's okay. All I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna add a thing that says thank you. Milk beans. Okay. I think. Not if I'm silly and it doesn't look good. Honestly, just do what you were doing, because... Honestly, just do what you were doing, because it's so much... Yeah, on God. Because, like, I don't know what I did over here. I think you made me, like, a template, and then I just re-edited it, but now I don't remember how we did it. Do I like that? I think that's good. I think that's good. I think that's good. I can... Maybe I'll change it later, but... I might change, like, the layout of it, but I think it's fine. I just needed to know whether it was done or not, which it looks like it is. Alright. Alright, let's get to boogieing in this scene, shall we? Dancing. I want to reconnect some textures. You got me feeling hella good, so I'm going to keep on dancing. Good. Textures, furniture. There we go. I don't think the furniture will need any changes, nor do I think that... I think the only thing I think that's going to need texture changes is the walls, which I will do. Glowing assets. Okay. This one is detailed. Boop, boop. Hello, Fruit Bat. Welcome on in. Happy Tuesday. Those other assets. LMNO other base color. Not bad, not bad, not bad. I don't remember which one this one was a part of, so I'll have to do trial and error for that. Okay, hi, how are you? I'm good. I'm good. Just fixing up some textures so that way I can know how it will look in Unreal Engine. Or at least the general vibe of the colors, so that way if I need to change anything I can. Milkclubmedia, which I, for some reason, didn't have a thing for. Milkclub sign, base color. Gwen always says there's a weird nummy in life because I don't like super blondes and I don't really mess with super thin girls, but I've always crushed on her. It's more about personality at that point than yeah. You know? It's not so much the looks that you care about, but the person that has the looks, I guess, you know? Hello. Think so.
You want water?
Yeah.
I finished my meeting. I'm gonna do some work and then probably go do the Space Marine weeklies with RD at 9.
Okay.
Let me know if there's anything.
Sound good. Shake. Stream streak. Yippee! Thank you for sharing your stream streak with me. Yippee! I should be more superficial, probably. I'm from California, but I'm not. I don't think where you're from really should have anything to do with that, you know? In my personal opinion. As long as you love the person and you're not gonna be like vain about it, I think that's the good thing, you know? I don't do it like that. Where is the bear box stuff? Texture extra? Ah, here it is. But California man, oof. Shrug. Shrugs. It do be what it be. I don't think. My significant other is from California, and they're not very vain. What was this one in? Gremlin. Oop, I have to break the transparency. There you go. Love. Tell them I said hi. I shall. Like this, do it like that. Are my fish textured? They are textured, but for some reason. Break connection. There we go. That's better. This one's broken. This one's an additional outfits. Hi. Hey, there they are. That's my Pookie. That's my Baconator Pookie. You're all my Pookie, but he my Baconator Pookie. Does it like this? Yeah, we'll do it like that. Okay, I know the stairs and the rail can be in one texture, so that's fine. This one's also broken. They've moved, so I'm very afraid they're gonna be like, oh, Elaine, answer it, and I'll be like, I don't wanna. That's my response is I don't wanna. Good. Shake it. My glasses off, but that's fine. What were you a part of? You were a part of a texture. SoCal and NorCal half the time in the Bay Area, half in LA. There you go. I don't know what mesh you are. I'm gonna guess you're part of furniture because I fucking can. Assign. Nope, I was wrong. Additional outfits, bear box, biff doll. Posters. Is it this one? Yes, it is. Other assets, cool. Right there in my ear. I don't think this has a. It doesn't. Is it not? Is it this one? Oh, it's the-ish. Which is also broken. Drinks, file, boop. Self away. Drinks, this one. There we go. And then what are you? You are drank. Which, I don't know if I gave it a color or anything. At least split the different. I'm just essential split a tone. I have a baby. Maybe it didn't. Maybe it didn't give it anything, which makes sense to me. Tone. Okay, let's do window layer, walls and glass. closer. Rendering, hypershade, edit, delete unused nodes. Exterior framework, select objects with that's fine. Yes, that's that. Oh, did I do this one? I did not do this one. Some charm textures. Let's just do base color. And then I think I have enough. If not, we can re-export it again. Every time I just end up missing some kind of food but gaining a new one. That's fair. Just can't stop. It's like objects on material. Pog. Rendering this one. This will be wood. I'm gonna spell wood right. Or let me call it stair and rail. Oh. Why not? Select object material. Let's call this stair rail. Okay, now we have stair rail, and now select objects on material. The unused. That's that. Drink. Frosted glass. Yeah, that's fine. Alrighty. How do I want to export this now? Ooh, folder. Club barn is what I'm gonna call it. California, rest in peace. Select objects. Ooh, this is drink. That's right. Drink. Save. Okay, so we'll do this like one by one, I think. So we're gonna select objects of glass, and then we're gonna go my shelf, and we're gonna export, and then we're gonna go milkclubmedia, new folder. This is going to be Unreal exports, and this is going to be glass. Turn that off. Select objects. Ooh. Oof. Add selected object. Oh, nope. Undo that. Cause I need the vertical beams. Is this everything of this? Yes. And I guess I'm gonna export this one like this, and then this is the framework substance export. And then select objects, export. Beep, 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 beep. This one, this is going to be walls. What? Oh. Walls. Select objects, export. With accents. That's what I'm gonna call it. Select objects, export. It's going to be ceiling. Select objects, export. Window. Select objects. Actually, don't do these ones yet. Export floor. Let me turn that off. Export door. Which I will have to fix this in the texture. But that's fine. Yeah, we'll just do it like that, I guess. Plants. Select objects. Export. Furniture. Select objects. Posters. Elaine's having a brain thought, but now I forgot what that was, but it's fine. I will reap what I sow once I do the thing. Be a shot, be 12. Oh, you do. Select objects, export. Box. Select objects. Wait. Need a shot, be 12. This is water. Why is this not in the glass layer? Export. It's like the export. Yep. And then detailed? Haven't you people ever heard of? Select objects, export. First nationality, I chime in. This is VHS. Let's see, beanies, beans. Collapse this. With this, I mean technically your marriage is strafed. Subcharms, export. Did I do the drinks? A, B, C, D. No, I did not. One of the subcharms is not sitting in the group, which means I have to put it back in there. Subcharms. Yep. Rationality. No, I was thinking of something and now I'm kind of confused, but I think I understand what I gotta do. And then This guy, you are glow stars. So I will leave you like that. These will be drinks. No, it's much better to fix these kinds of things. Rails, stairs, that's fine, that's fine. Those are good, that's been exported. These, I'll just export as curtains. And then now the only thing we need to do clear glass 1. Add to selected layer. Sub charms. Add. Let me know what I've done wrong. Add. Boop. Add. Boop. And then add selected boop. Okay. Now let's see if this has. Ooh, this is reference, so I can't click it. There you go. Do you have UVs? I clicked the wrong one, didn't I? I did. No, you don't. Fuck. Let's just make this 11. We'll make this 1. Okay. You do. Wait, you do? Huh? You don't. Do you? You don't? Let's go to that guy. Okay. Then let's just solo this. Hide this guy. This one needs to be fixed. Okay. Oh no, you'll be just another regret. Actually, what am I doing? UV camera based. Actually, it's, I want this edge. I left this edge? What the fuck? Why would I do that? Meet me alive. Fix. Huh? Okay. Let's see. Orient show. There you go. Oh, you'll be just another regret. We shall. Optimize orient shells, straighten UVs. Boop, 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 boop. Mark mediums. We shall. Fold orient shells. Boop, 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 boop. Straighten UVs. Boop. There we go. That one's good. I think it's this one that I want to cut. Unfold, optimize, orient shells. Boop. Straighten UVs. I'm honestly thinking this should just be like this. Okay. Real end. UV camera based. Boop. How could you just what's hopping around, keeping streaks? I'm back now, but your presence seems to download games faster than me, so I need your lucky magic right now. Fuck yeah! That's I fuck it. I'll take that shit. Fuck yeah. Mesh transform attributes. Oh. Wait. History. Mesh. is transfer attributes. Why is that not working? Topology apply. Okay, maybe not. UV camera based. Go gadget lane. I'm going. Layout. Okay. Pillar H. This one's super easy. UV camera based. Honestly, yeah. All of these are the same in this kind of like UV camera based. And shells. Oop. Not this one, this one. Boop, boop. I don't know why I didn't just make. Oh well, no, I know because if I would have made them one shape, they would have intersected. That's right. That's right. That's right. Camera based, and then take all these guys except for these. We unfold, optimize, orient shells, and we let them out. That works for that. We take these UV camera based. Doop. Let's do the exterior edge. And then we unfold, optimize, we orient shell, we straighten UVs, and then we lay them out. Okie dokie. Now this is all good. Hello, Draconian man. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Edit, delete by type history. And then I'm going to use this guy because I like this guy more. Let's lay out UVs. Why didn't you scale? What? Huh? What? History free center pivot. Wait, I think this one is unfolded. Aren't you unfolded? Thank you for the check-in. Good to see you again. Good to see you again. I appreciate you coming on in. Ooh, who else is broken? Is it you? Are you still broken? It's just a figment. What? Moving so. I found you. I found you, you scoundrel. Now you should lay out nice. Now you're not laying out nice. Okie dokie. What's on the Tesla? Is it 3D modeling stuff? It is. I'm doing some 3D modeling art because it makes my brain happy. I've had some ideas as of late, so I'd like to kind of get those rounded about. Okay, so I essentially have to delete these, so I have to do it until it says 8 again, I believe. Oops. It looks good, thank you. This is only a portion of it. I'm just texturing this stuff so that way we're all hunkadory. I think I need the beams. Is that as much as we need? I think so, and then I can just duplicate this guy. No, Elena's wrong. This is wrong. I am incorrect. This one doesn't have an end cap? Oh, it doesn't have an end cap. Aw, man. I gotta go find the file where I have the end cap one. Frick. Alright. Thought I found a way. Thought I found a way out. Never go away. Doing this, I gotta stay now. Someday I'll make it out of here. Makes it takes. I think it's this one. Something would lead me to believe that it might be this one. Your magic's where yippee! Yippee! I wanted the life outside. I can't find one. Nope, it's not this one. Is it this one? No. Okay. That means I gotta go digging. Elaine's gotta go digging. Fucking. Is it this one? Do I have the end caps in this one? No. Fuck. Here when it takes all night or 100 years face to find what I can. How's your day been? I finished work earlier. Was a 10-hour shift. Did errands and had mostly resting. I'm glad that you've been resting. Holy shit. How do you fucking manage that? How are you not dead right now? Like, actual question, like, how are you alive, my dog? I would have keeled over and been like, nope, that's it for me. That's all, folks. Oh, there it is. There's the end cap one. Oh, this one. Boop. All right, there we go. Me the pieces. This one. Everything can be the same. The only difference, I believe, is this. Really. My schedule is 4 10-hour shifts a week. It's pretty nice, honestly. The only issue would be the fact that I clock in at 4 a.m., so I have to wake at 2:30. Oh, that's fair. I mean, I guess it's not, as long as it's not like every day, because then you would actually, I'm gonna be honest, probably be deceased. But I'm glad that it's not like a super like you gotta do it every single day kind of job, you know? Now, do you have UVs? You used to have UVs, and then I broke them. Got it. Which means I can just fix it by doing this. UV planer. And then unfold. And shows layout. I don't think these are the same. No, that makes sense. I was kind of dead last week because I worked 48 hours, but I lived, so I'm good. God damn! Look at you. And rail cap. Should be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Segment 7. And then this can be segment 8. But then we take this guy, we pop him on there, we remove this guy, we take this guy, and we pop him right there. And to fix that, we're just gonna extend this guy just a little bit. And now, add selected objects. If I were to look at it overall, I think without the walls. Nope, just without the ceiling. Ceiling and windows. I think that's pretty good. Wait, did I want to go? Wait, whoa. Did I say I was gonna go all the way across? Going all the way across makes more sense, actually. So I kind of did all that work for nothing. But that's okay. UV editor. Edit, delete all my type history. Rail, UV shells. Get set. We're gonna lay them out. It's gonna take a second because there's quite a few objects. Oh. I think that's because I clicked keep textile density. There we go. Okay. So that's good. We're going to, again, we're going to delete history. We're going to increment and save. Seasons change. You will feel the same. Oh, would you consider me kind of crazy if I also meant I was trying to go the dude, that's on God crazy, but like you get it. You get it. Person that may or may not have draconian gender. No, you get that shit. On God. On God, like I can't do that. I'd actually maybe possibly pass away if I did that, but like more to you. More to you. You get that shit. Person of gender that I do not know. You get it, royalty. You get it, world dominator. That's like my go-to when I don't know someone's gender. I just go, go a person of, is this? Okay, no, it's not. Yeah, that's fine. The seasons change. I'll feel the same. 'Cause I'm only heading to go. Either gone. I don't know if that's an end gone. Now, that's a first one. I do like dragons, but I'm a male, so all good. That's the nickname. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I didn't want to assume. But you get it, King. You get that shit. Me, I could not do that. I would die. I can, like, my biggest, because I'm a chubby lass. I'm a chubby queen. But the only thing that I do, on God, is I, why didn't it mirror the UVs? Sorry, that confused me very much. What? What? How does this have more topology than this? I don't know. Okay, then I'm gonna do it this way. But you get that shit. On God, I would not. I would not. I want this like this, okay. Can I reference it in the reference layer? There we go. And then I will fix whatever needs fixing after. I'm a chubby dude. I do minimum 1 hour. Damn! Yeah, but that's hella good, though. Like, good on you for, like, trying to, like, you know, stay with it with your health. Like, oh, I just realized I never finished the conversation. I'm a chubby queen. I love my foods. But the only insecurities that I would say that I have is my arm fat. And so, like, I'm working on that. Like, I do, like, daily, like, arm workouts to hopefully mitigate that in the next year, hopefully. But, no, the amount that you do, slay it. Slay, bitch. Get them. Slay! Slay your enemies, king! Slay! That's like my favorite line. Just fucking slay! Slay your enemies! Reset. Boop. Thank you for the boop. Alright, now how does this look? The walls and the floor. Okay. Let's just do one at a time. There we go. I used to be super heavy, had some health-based surgery, so my diet is completely different, had more restrictive, and I've been working out since. I dropped like 70+ pounds, trying to drop another 50 or so. Damn! Damn! Well, I'm sorry that you had to go through like that kind of surgery and stuff, but like I hope that you've been fucking rocking it. I hope it's been like a what do you call it? What do you fucking call that? Like experience, like it's paying off. Like it feels rewarding, I think is the word I'm trying to look for. Like I hope it feels super rewarding for you. So I hope, you know, that's just feeling good. There's orange shells. I'm being super lazy. Don't tell my OCD. Rail. Alright. Edit. Delete all by type history. Increment and save just in case it crashes. Because it could. Which makes me realize that I probably should have this on my other computer, but it's fine. Oh, definitely. I was like a 3XL, and now I'm an XL shirt. Feels so good. Damn. I'm an XL shirt just because I love me a big shirt. I love me a big shirt. That shit rock my world. I love big extra comfy shirts personally. This is the stair rails. I think this could work for it regardless. So did I think I UV'd the new walls already. Let me make sure though. Select objects. Turn reference off. I don't know why this is like broken the way it is. Oh, because one's exterior, one's interior. Right. No, I remember now. We go. Turn these all back on so I can see them all in their glory that they are in. Awesome. Boop, boop. It's gonna be a sick ass scene, chat. It's gonna be a sick ass scene, and we have a little room. We have a little room for a little fucking store, and it's gonna be great. Oh, I should have put windows. Wait, why didn't I put windows in the store? What? Is that why? Is that why I didn't put windows in the store? Is because I need extra wall? I think so, maybe. Oh my god, yes. I've always get my sweaters like 2 sizes up because I just love the comfy extra fabric. R2X sometimes for comfort. That used to be my old shirts. It's funny how big it is now in comparison. I'm trying to get shredded. I'm large because I got some big ass arms. I'm a large because I got big ass tits. Sorry. I don't know why I said it like that. I apologize. I'm sorry. think we didn't put windows in here because it's fucking... Feel the pain. Yeah. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't really mind it. I don't mind, like, my size. I think I just... The only thing that I do mind is my fucking, my arms. I need this to duplicate and then move over here. Because I want another window right there. This shit's gonna have to sit right there, though. I'm a medium because my metabolism is the same, but that will fade at around 30. I wish I had a fast metabolism. My dad did. That shit was fucking bonkers, man. I wish I had his metabolism. What happened to this wall? Did it get crooked? It doesn't look crooked. What? What the fuck happened with this wall? Why is it... What? Oh, did I not line it up? Elena is confused. No, it's same. Huh? Yo, what's going on right here? Oh, is it too... It's too long. Ah, gotcha. Swoop. Swoop. There I am. I don't know if I want to split this by, like, wall toggle, I guess. I don't think I do. So I can split it in the thingy. I think I like this though. Display, show all. Except for that one. Wait, what happened to the wood border on the left side wall bottom? What happened to the left side wall border bottom? Bottom. What the fuck? Where'd it go? Hold on, no, bring it back. Where'd it go? Bruh, okay, hold on. Okay. I'll just do it like this. About to piss me off. Swoop. Swoop. Easy peasy. Wait. Yeah. Gonna do it just like you. What? What the fuck? -1. Nope. -1. Nope. What? What in the fuck, Knuckles? Buddha bottom. My limbs are a little too long. T-shirts with my torso. We all got that fucking clothes ain't made for us. Oh my god, what do you mean this is uneven? Oh. How did this happen? You are not the same size as you. That's how that happened, first of all. What the fuck? What the fuck? You two aligned? I'm gonna wanna Lane's so fucking confused right now. -1. What do you mean it's not? Thank you. Oh, okay. Do I need another one? Okay, no. Whoop. Alright, now are we good? Yeah, I just gotta fucking fix this wall again. Let me try. If you're behind. Alright. I think that's pretty good now. Good catch, Star. Good catch, Star. Good fucking catch. Delete. Select objects. Boop, boop. And then this guy's gonna have to be like here. Dude, he has an English dub of ghost stories. What's that? What's that? Oh, and then I need the fucking glass. Boop. Okay. Now this means a few things. Select objects. That means the window layer needs to have... Did I click on the right one? I did. Okay. Milk Club Barn. Unreal Exports. Window. Yes. I hide that one. We need add selected objects. Select objects, export, glass, yes. And then we need to fix the walls, which is UV editor, Windows rendering hypershade. No, it's this one, isn't it? Yes, it is. Okay, so we got exterior, select objects with material. We're only gonna focus on those guys. If I could. Oh man. Select objects with material. Keep text with density. Framework, I think it's called. Is it wall? It is wall. Actually, you know what? Select objects. There you go. Two-face. Huh? Is this Adam's song? This is Adam's song. Look at you, you smart cookie. I'm gonna move things around. Select objects with material. Okay. Oh, what are you doing here? You bitch. No, you don't belong here. Okay. So objects with material. Face. What the fuck? Is this everything? Yeah. Okie dokie. don't think we need glass. But I will take this. I kind of want to split this by like top floor and then like bottom floor, I think. Floor. So this would be everything on the top floor except... Oh, I need to move that down as well. I forgot. Boop. Wait, where are you guys? Curtains. Oops. Boop, boop, boop. What? They might have two. And then boop, 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 boop. Wait, what? Oh. What I hear right now? Oh, these don't belong in attic. Let's see, this whole part is the ground floor. Add selected objects. Oh. Okay, that's floor 1. That's floor 2. Okie dokie. I read those pages, you would love me, baby. This is attic. Ground floor layer. This is going to be GF export textures. Is it? Elaine is wrong. Elaine thinks this whole thing can get exported, except for the ceiling. No ceiling, please. Yes. And floor? I feel like we really don't need the floor either, so let's turn the floor off. What happened here? Okay. Cancel. Delete layer. Empty layer. Delete layer. Okay, no ceilings. I see. Elaine has done fucked it up. Okay, so add selected objects. Add selected objects. On tabletops. First floor. Add selected. Okay. Walls. Do it all again. Rail. Steps. Okie dokie. These guys, not you. Damn, last Friday night. And selected. Cool. Thank you for the song request. I really appreciate it. Man, I'm so glad I don't play utilities. I'd be using so much water. I'd be using... Oh! I don't know why I read that funny, but that's fair. Water's good. Water be good. I don't think... Is that everything I need? I think so? Yeah. So let's take this guy. Except we don't need the ceiling either. Ceiling's got beams on it though. Yeah. Export. Yes. Increment and save. Okay, that's good. You can close this guy too, because I don't want to overwhelm my computer.
You want like a snack here? No, banana nice.
Give me those.
Those specific.
What I ask.
Okay.
I'm being a woman.
Okay. Have a good time being a woman. I will get you.
I'm having a terrible time being a woman. I had cramps earlier.
Sorry.
It's fine.
You explain.
Alrighty. Import resources. Add resources. Nope, that's not what I want. Project configuration, select. No, I should do it a different way. Okay, nope, go away. File, save as. I'll just have him in a smoothie. Thank you.
I'll put in the
Okie dokie. I have ice cream. Yum, yum, yum. Frame. Work. 2. This one. We assign textures, wall. Apply. Well, that's interesting. So that means I'd only be able. Oh, that's not so bad. Wall. I don't know why the water's in here. Okay, because everything else is good except for wall, I'm pretty sure. So I'm going to make wall a 4K texture. We're going to turn all these off. And we are going to bake it and hope that the computer is going to be okay. I think it will be. It's not a lot of geometry. There we go. The only thing I have to redo now is all the stylized brushing that I did. Which was fine. Not that big of a deal. I should bake the... Back from doing dishes, how was dishes? Hope dishes were good. How's arting? It's going pretty good. I have ice cream, so it makes it a lot better. Cold. I was born by Ezra. That's fair. Usually when I do dishes, I listen to really loud music. But I understand not everybody can do that. Camera light gradient AO. Which I might have to update this ambient occlusion for mesh wall. Nope, that just be how it'd be. Okay, cool. Paint. This paint is the problem. Cool. My little bro was using the living room speaker, so I was listening to his music. Ah, fair. Cold. Elaine has a question because Elaine doesn't want to do all that work that she did again, but kind of for no reason again. Let's do this at 100. Grayscale, ambient occlusion. Why are you being funny? Add black mask, add ambient occlusion. Is this the wrong one? No, this was the right one. Also base color. Oh, it needs that invert. That's why. There we go. There we go. Now we add filter. Can we? This might crash the computer. We'll see. I didn't click it. I was so afraid. Like, nothing was happening. I got really scared. Why is it not? Okay. Maybe it doesn't want me to do it for a reason. So then we're gonna do this one. We're gonna do color amount. We're gonna add color amount. Okay. And then I want to do like a motion blur. Blur direction. Maybe not that though. Maybe blur slow. Let's do less and then generator maybe? No. And then blur direction, that shit. Hey, that kind of do it. I think I would have just done it up and down. The intensity can be slight. I think it was like 54. Yes, but the only thing I do want to change is this. I don't like how small it is. I don't you do what you do to me, yeah. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Same. Oh, I remember why this was like this. I did this because I wanted there to be a highlight on the upper parts. That's right. That's fine. Ha 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 ha. Okay, but like maybe hold on, let me go back and see if I want to do that at all differently though. Directional blur slope. I kind of want that to be bigger. Then let's add generator. Add. Not that one. Ambient occlusion. Global balance. Okay, wait, I need it like this. Global invert. Global contrast. Okay, like that. I think a little bit less though. Yeah. Like a little bit more. Yeah, I could do that. Yes. Yeah. No, you're good. It's important that we know if the internet is corrupt. You did. This is true. Oh.
Also, it's gonna be really cold for the rest of the week.
How?
It's supposed to be like freezing.
Moira, I'm gonna need that heated blanket back. Fuck, why?
Because winter decided that psych we're actually having winter this year.
It's a little rude. I kind of was already over it. Okay. Fair, I guess.
It's gonna be cold here, probably a little rainy. Maybe there's gonna be some snow.
Color bird. Linear burn. There we go. Ew, I don't. I just realized what's kind of happening here between the two, and I don't like it. Let me see your ambient occlusion, my friend. It's like same, but this one's lighter. Okay, if that's the case. I'm gonna bring it down a little bit more. Oh, that was correct. I like that. And then I was kind of hoping this would step it a bit more. So that makes it look a little too messy. I think this is okay. It's not as strong as I would want it to be, but I think that's okay. What beams? Forgot to put a thing here. I have it on the outside, but I don't have it on the inside, but I think it's okay. Because then if we do... Exterior framework, I'm going to leave blank for now, because I don't really want to work on that right now. I say this, but I don't really like it either. Wait, there's supposed to be corner ones back here. Where? I guess it doesn't really matter for the... Well, it does a little bit for the... It doesn't matter that much, though. There's so much going on back there. I don't think I'm going to be that anal about it, so it's fine. Yeah, these inner walls do, but... Well, they kind of do. They kind of don't. What the fuck? I will fix that in the model, so it's not going to matter too much. And then... These are the wood beams. File save. And then I'm gonna bake the ambient occlusion for these because I don't know if I like them. Wood beam. Bake. Everyone. That's kind of what I figured would happen. What you building? This is my stream background. I'll build a stream background. More bank face, self-occlusion only, same mesh name. See what this looks like. I don't think I'm gonna like how this looks. I have to up every time. You know, it is wood beams. Is it the normals that it bakes from? Is that the problem? Always bake textures? Maybe that'll fix it. Oh, heck yeah. Yeah. We're doing like a V2 of it. And I'm hoping that this works out. Because, like, at the end of the day, the ambient inclusion doesn't all that matter all that much, but... Oh... Okay, now. Open recent, this one. Don't discard. I think the way it is fine. And then let's just turn this off. Turn the wood panels. I could... where are they? Wood beam. Is it from this? No, it is from... Where are you from, my friend? You from in here? You are... Oh, well, if that's the case, it's just a boop. I haven't asked you yet, but I know different streamers have different rules, but are you okay with swearing in your streams? Fuck yeah, I am, motherfucker! Fuck yeah, I am. That didn't tell you, yes, I don't know what will, my guy. I have a hard time not cursing. I had a dream once that I was talking to my dad, and I'm not one to curse around my parents, but it is hard not to, because, like, on a daily basis, I'm a cursor. Fuck! Because on a daily basis, I curse. On a daily basis, I like to curse. And, you know, my parents don't really see me with that light a lot of the times, and, you know, that is what it is, but at the same time, it's also kind of like, goddamn, I can't not curse. I don't like this. This makes it look dirty, less than, like a stylized edge, I think, which kind of sucks. Fuck, same. Like, I don't like cursing around my parents, but this kind of is what it is. At the end of the day. It's gonna annoy the shit out of me. How do I fix this? I fix this by going into wood beams and I turn the AO off. Maybe that one's fine. Wait, what? Aw, man. Wonder, baby, why don't you kill me? Variation, depth. No, where is it? It's in the base? Nani the fuck? Nani the fuck? Where? Where are you? Paint, paint, paint. Should be none of you. These are all paints. Gradient, linear, AO, fill, painterly, brushstroke. Oh, it's because of the fucking goddamn fucking material. God damn it. Loser, baby, why don't you kill me? Where it is? For mesh wall, toggled wall, exterior framework mesh. Ambient. Which one looks like this one? Wood panels? I think it might be this one. No, it's not. It's this one. Cool. In 100 miles an hour. I think I sacrifice. I think I gotta sacrifice. I think I gotta sacrifice chat. As much as it pains me to do this, I think I gotta do some sacrificing. Fuck. Fuck. could do that. I have another idea. I have another idea for the stylized thing I want to do. Because I do not. Because of how many times that I redo the scene, I do not want to fucking, repaint the shadows. That shit's gonna drive me fucking nuts. Hello? My mouse okay? Okay, we're good. This one. Thank you for the wellness check. How you doing, Norman? I was gonna say, that is not the last save. Elaine has ideas, but Elaine's brain is a little sad. I'm okay. How are you? I'm doing pretty good. Windows rendering hypershade. Select objects with material. Okay. Boop. Boop. I don't need the unwrap. I just need this. Let's do 4096 apply. I really need that boot. What? Oh, is it because? But I'm sorry. I don't know if I said what I was gonna say, but I'm doing pretty good. I'm crying on the inside because I had to click on redoing something that I really didn't want to have to redo, but I'm gonna have to redo because I said so, I guess. My brain said so. So everybody wants to be the sisters, Mr. Coca-Cola roller coaster. No, it's okay. Also, I did have an inner one. What the monkey fucks? Where's my floor? Give me my floor. Is it isolated? No. View display show all. Oh, it's because I'm the geezer and looking at the wrong side. That's right. Okay. That makes more sense. Okay, that's fine. Just do this. This line's a little lazy. There we go. There we go. That look way better. Where the fuck is that water? Fucking go away. And then hide all of these. Take these guys. History freeze. Increment and save. Oh, and then I got a home. Shit. Maybe editor. Select objects. They're all laid out. I'm just gonna click this one at a time. I just thought of something. Okay. Why is it like that? Let's see. UV show. Okay. Muggle barn. Wood beam for textures. And then I'm happy that the ceiling didn't get fucked. That's wood panels. That makes sense. I'm fine with the ceiling being a little... Wait. Maybe I'm not. Yes. Increment and save. I forgot about that too. But I think that one's more fine because I don't have more things on that one, so I can just redo that one. Did I zip that folder I was going to zip? Open folder. I did. I gotta put that over there now. Okay. Re-import mesh. Reassign shaders. Apply. And then also let me base color. Reassign texture sets door. Apply. Okay. Okay, so wood panels is this one. I sweat. I sweat, but I think it's gonna be okay. Why is Courage Forge on my other computer being funny? Okay, I'll let that do its thing then, because my cursor is being weird. Alright, turn. That was a little bit what I was worried about. Alright, actually no, recent files, this one, discard. And then what we're going to do is we are going to rename this as wood. And then we are going to edit re-import mesh. And then we're going to reassign. We're going to remove toggle wall, door, and water. Apply. There we go. We're going to delete this one. We're going to this one. We're going to bring this. We're going to copy it. 1 second. I'm gonna delete this guy. Extract that guy. My eyebrow itches. And the more I think about it, I should have just rendered stuff at 1K, or I should have baked textures at 1K and then upped them later. I realize I'm baking them at 4K, downscaling them to 2K, which is probably killing my computer a little bit, so I will fix that in a moment. Okay. Play. One of the greatest values of value, that is a promise. Okie dokie. So let's do this. Let's set this back down to 1K. Let's just do wood beam wood. Yes, bake. Because then this is going to be called wood. And then that fixes that. And then we're going to turn all these off. And then we are going to stylization edits. Turn this off. So that no longer exists. This AO is going to go to wood. Wood panels, wood beam, and then this one's just wood. So if I go to base color, we have this. Now we're going to do it like this. We're going to add a paint. I'm going to go object and we're going to turn it off on all of this. And then for this one, we're going to do a paint. We're going to turn it off for this guy. But this one will be this one. So that way we still have all the same. Except I don't know what the fuck that is. I guess it's fine. That is okay. And now, I think with the wood beams, this kind of looks inverted. Oh, no, I remember why this is. This was shifted. Fuck. Okay. Okay, we can keep... This is going to be... This is going to be floor AO, which is fine, that can stay. We're gonna remove all of this. Whoopee! Hello, Taylor. How is your day going? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Base one. Oh, it's you. I see. I think that one can be turned off, which fixes the problem I had, which is awesome. And then I want this to be bigger, so like that big, I think. It's a fine day with you. Aw, aren't you sweet? Thank you. I'm so glad. I'm glad you think so. Makes me happy. Alrighty. And then now we have the floor, and then this one, which I am a little confused. Oh no, I see. But why? Why would this guy self-occlusion always? Is this got the thing where it's using high poly? Low poly is high poly mesh. Cosine always attenuation smooth. Big.
Father, help!
Ooh, I've been yeeted. No. Why? Why have you done this? Elena's confused why these textures are this way. Yeah, this is separate. Use low poly as high poly. Restore defaults. Huh? Did I do it wrong? I think I might have done it wrong then. What? Add black mask. Oh, Elaine's a little stupid. Add filter. Actually, no, let's just do it this way. Add, generator. Ambient occlusion, invert. There we go. There we go. And then... I think I know. Add a fill layer with the painterly brush strokes that we want. Maybe like this one. I don't really like that one. Honestly, like paint. This one's not bad. I think this one would work. Ew, no. Ew. I think that one could work. I have to turn off the painterly brushes. Thanks. What is concrete BW? I on God think that I'm not going to be able to emulate the idea I have. Ooh, well, this one could work actually. If we do triplanar, make it a bit smaller so we can see this, like, I feel like it's too contrasted, so we're not getting enough of it. Yeah, this could work. This one could work. Balance, let's bring it up a bit, and then bring this down, and then we make this a multiply? No. Invert screen. It's the opposite of what I want to do. Does this mean this needs to be normal and then this isn't? That kind of does what I wanted to do. It's like this, but it's inverted. I just feel like I'm clicking the wrong layer then. I feel like I still don't like the way that this is going though. Like, let's do this one and then we'll do a invert and then it breaks. Fuck. How do I do this? Is it because of you? Normal. I think this is the normal one, no? And then this one is yeah, it's like this is what I want. This is not, it doesn't look the way I think I want it to though. We could just try a variant of doing this and then making it bigger. Ambient occlusion. Like that. I think outside of just actually hand painting this, I don't actually know how else to do this. Which Elaine doesn't super want to do, but I think that's the only way Elaine is going to be able to get the look that Elaine is going for. So I guess that's kind of where we're at, I guess. So let's do that then. Boop, boop. This is normal. Add a paint by object. We're going to turn these off. And then what Elaine does is Elaine goes and it's a paint layer. This is the solo. Actually, I'll call this a mask. And this is the paint layer. And then we go here. Do I still have this brush? I do. It's this one. I think a square brush would look better. Is it? Oh, I don't have that brush, do I? I don't have that brush. Okay. I'm curious about how to export mesh to Substance Painter. Nope. To Procreate. Import Procreate. OBJs. Activating 3D painting. To activate a 3D painting, import OBJs. Okay, because that would have... Interesting. Okay. So if I made sure everything had its base form that I want it to have, like this, but I'd make probably the wood a bit less, a little less saturated, I guess. I guess whatever color I want it to be after the fact, which that works for me. And then the exterior frame, which I probably should just give a color at least to. And then wood beam, which I have to rebake the wood beam ambient occlusion. Why is it not updating? Wood beam. There we go. Depth base. Gradient. I do like that. Boop, 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 boop. That one's fine. It's you. Oh. It's not because of that, is it? Oh, no. That's fine. Dude, that sucks fucking sucks. Oh, wait, what was it with the depth? Yeah, because I had to fucking hand select that shit. Fuck. That's fine. Another gradient of this one. I want to make it smaller. Bigger. I think I just want it to be more saturated. Yeah, 43. Boo, 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 boo. 43. Yeah. And then wall. Let's do a 43 on this guy as well. I don't know, I feel like I could bump that even further with this one. Now it looks orange, so maybe not. Maybe that's just not. What about color dodge? Look at them. Unwrap UV super clean. They're lazy, but they're clean. I could have done better, to be honest. But I was a bit lazy. I want to try something that I think would be super cool. I just got to get all this out of here. Apple don't follow green. Give me the wall one. What? Oh wait, I didn't put my mouse over it, so it's not gonna accept it. Please. Pretty cool. And I changed what the outside would look like later. Why are you like dark? Can't be because of this guy. Nope. 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 Oh, it's because of the variation, which is fine. If that's the case, then that makes sense. Okay, file, export textures. Yeah, because everything else I'd want to change into... Oh, when you feel alone, do you? Let's go here. Let's go Milk Club. Let's go Barn. Let's go Barn. Let's go Framework. Gonna delete all these. Delete all those. Delete this guy. I'll take this guy. Take this guy. Put him in here. Select. Export? Yeah. Yes. Save. Close. And now if I want to do the thing my brain thinky do be boo be do too too. Bitch and a half. Wood panels. Which I just named wood. This one wall base color. And then this guy. This one just looks way better. Now if Elaine wants to do the thing she thinks she wants to do, I have to split this differently. I think I have to dollhouse this? Huh. Did I not update this? I guess it didn't. There you go. How does... I don't understand how... Yeah. Yes. Okay. I'm going to file save scene as. This is going to milkclub_procreate. I need to move that curtain too, but that doesn't matter right now. Okie dokie. And then we're gonna do layers, delete unused. So if I wanted the roof itself, I think I just need the ceiling because the ceiling is like a flat layer. Hello? Yeah. Export. Folder. Procreate. Export. I'm gonna call this the ceiling. I'm gonna call this PC_procreate. Okie dokie, what's next? This wall? Actually, I could take this entire wall. Take. Oh, you're still one? Bruh. I'm with you guys. Here we can split the different. Don't think we really need to. Okay, so add. Wall 1. And then kind of its own thing, so I'm gonna do PC_attic floor. This is not correct. Oh, I guess that doesn't really matter. You don't actually see that, so it doesn't super matter. Let's do the next easiest one. Oh, you're still combined, bruh. Please. Lena's a little binky bonkus willy wonkus. Okay. And then we have this one. Wait. Wall section 1. Wall section 2. And selected. Lane's just deciding, I think. And then each of these will be separate. Don't you say it. And then select objects. Combine. Select objects. Combine. Select objects. Select objects. Combine. No. No. Select objects. Combine. Combine. Okay. And then display show all. Okie dokie. Boop. Boop. Layers, delete unused layers. There we go. Select objects. Oh, okay, that's just the floor. Okay, so we'll do one. Let's do this one. Go this way. Wall 2. Wall 3. 3. Huh? Oh, that makes sense. 4. Oh, thank you for the save check. Let me increment and save. Thank you. Wall hallway, wall arch. Wall 4, wall 5. Wall arc, wall door frame. There we go. Hi, Sachiko. Oh my god, hi. How are you doing? Procreate, split. I don't know how this is going to work, but we are going to try it anyway. OBJ. Framework. Take over the headpad. I'll find that out later, though, like on my own, because I have to load it onto my iPad. How you doing? I hope you're doing well. I hope your day has been awesome. Lane's brain. Wayne's point. Okay, and then I will test that later, because I want to know what it's like to texture and substance maker. An error occurred. Play. What do you mean? I mean, I say modeling and the usual stuff to do on the day. Thank you. I appreciate it. I don't know why my stuff does not want to load Minecraft, and it's kind of annoying me if I'm going to be honest. Why is it not working? The spawn pack has no mods. What are you talking about, bruh? Content 45. Huh? What the fuck? Open folder. Minecraft, it just has modes. It has modes. I may need to reopen curse. Exit. Mod pack has some mods. What are you talking about? There you go, you nub. But fall in love again. Just gonna make sure. Now it should be okay. It's really weird. I wonder why I did that. I wonder if they had any updates to it though. I'm curious. Doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like it. Announcements. Yeah, so it would be announcements probably. I don't know if it'll ever actually have updates. That's a good question. Dev. Oops. Dev sneak peek. It said soon though. I don't know what that means. But if it's already in here, January 21st. Has this been updated? 24th? Wait, Elena's confused. This one. 21st, 24th. Oh, maybe not then. Just taking a second. But not too long. Oh. Always gonna be sleepy. I wonder if it'll load my my resource banks the same. It did! Yes. Yes. It means I can just play. Makes me happy. Hold Alt to reload a gun? What the fuck? It's joining slowly but surely. Maybe. Any Wilden? No, but I might have a horn. One sec. There's our magic box. Oh, good magic box. Nope, this magic box. Oh. but Wilden Spike? Is that different? I'm sorry for the false hope then. Okay. Alright, how do you make a curve in Minecraft? I once again must look up circle in Minecraft. Also, you guys can't hear this. Let me do this. Huh? There you go. Circle in Minecraft. Actually, can we do like a generator one? Let's see. This would be pretty small. Width, height. Like a 4x4, I guess. Okay, so with this one, it's a step shape and then a down. So if I were to do that, nope, Elaine's confuzzled herself already. 2. Wait, what? Also, I realize my game noise is quieter. I don't know how loud. How loud? Do you guys feel like the music's like a bit loud? Or do you think it should be quieter? I don't really know. Maybe that's good for the game? I don't know. I fucking don't know. It's kind of quiet. It's like the same level as the music. I don't know. And the VOD, it'll sound good. Tell you that. Okay, so if I do like here, I need dirt. 1, 2 down. So it's like 1, 2 down, down. Then 1, 2, 1, 2, and then down. Okay, wait. Curved path in Minecraft. Images. Ah, here we go. Okay. I just want one of these like 90-degree curves, I think. One, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Elaine cannot read this. I can't read this. It's rotated. Does anyone else have that problem where like you're looking at something as like a diagram, and then when you are like you just can't read it because your brain won't process it? There you go. Okay. I want this one. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Wait, I need this guy and this guy. Back to you. Wait. Is it connected? It is connected. No! I clicked the disconnect button. I didn't mean to do that, I'm sorry. Man, I gotta load back in. God dang it. Also, I have another idea if I want to do it like that, actually. Okay. There you go. Oh, I forgot to do the... Okay. Alright, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Oops. 1, 2, 3. Reset this. Hello, Goose. One, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 1, 2. I might have made this too far back, actually. Now I'm looking at it. I think this is the thing, so it starts. Yes. Yeah, this is the halfway point. Poor Elaine Brain. Don't know nothing. Don't know nothing. Okay. Here's the corner. If corner. Then this one's center. Center one down. 1, 2, 3. Okay, maybe we can scoot this over one. Hello, Mr. Duck. Or Goose. My apologies. Okay. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then it can be like straight. And then we fill this up. And then now we're at the up middle, so we need one more 2. 2. Wait, no. Stand this way. This way. And then the top one. 1, 2, 3. Oh, not this one. And then... Is it up or is it down? It's up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 4. 1, 2. Ah. On my crafting table. It's right here. Got Taco Bell. What'd you get from Taco Bell? You quiero Taco Bell? Then... Your call. And all that you can't hide will make you mine. From my heart in my hand. Boop, 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 boop. Ah. Boop. Boop. Cheese gordita crunch, nacho fries. Ooh, yum. Well, I hope it is delicioso. Don't be silt. Fuck. Why is it always silt? Oh, that's not silt. Boop. Okay. My head out my mind. You can run, but you can't hide. Gonna make you mine. Where did my torches go? Oh, they probably are in my backpack. There we go. Put this a little bit over here. Then a little bit right here. Now we have a little nice little path that I can't wait to see when it's nighttime. I guess I'll put this like. It's very obnoxious, but I'll put that right there. Okay. Loam, you're fucking up the aesthetic right now. You can come back later. Alright, do I want to work on the house? I kind of want to work on the house. To see if I like what I'm thinking for the house.
Eating a meal, a succulent Chinese meal.
A succulent Chinese meal? Seeds. I put them in here. Oh, thank you for the wellness check. Give me 2 seconds. Thank you for the head pad as well. These don't belong in here. Boop, boop, boop. Dark oak sapling can go in here. I think I put this over here. Boop, boop. So many sticks. Why do I have so many sticks? Ew, they looking at me. Isn't easy. There are the gobbledygooks. Right here. And then the other gobbledygooks. Oh, they're behind this. There you go. Alright, now I gotta get some dark oak. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I need the references that I'm looking at. I think Elaine thinks she puts them on a pure ref on the other computer. I think I did. Let me look. Oh, I have pictures of it still. Cool. Okie dokie. What does the first floor kind of look like in terms of... Boop, 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 boop. How do I find... I guess I could just look it up. There you go, I found it. Boop. First floor like is entirely made out of stone. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not much of a stone girl. Cottage Minecraft. Oh, but this one uses stone on the first floor too. Damn, why first floors be using stone? Like, it looks nice. Okay, well, maybe that's just something Elaine has to get over then. Alright. I also need to make a... Where is it? It's like this one. What is this one? Chipped? Oh, my eyes, I'll make you fly. Oh, there it is. Stonemason stable. I need clay, wood, ingot, brick, crafting table. I have, okay, ingot. I think clay is in the stone chest. Yes, sir. And I have some brick. Wait, wait, what? Oh, I need iron and a crafting table. I kind of fucked up the way I did this. I need to put this somewhere else. Let's put it in my backpack. Maybe. Fly the way outside. Oops. Boop, 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 boop. I don't remember. What's the formation of it? There we go. To be happy. Oh, get dizzy on cafe. Give me cobblestone, actually. I'd rather use the cobblestone first. Making any other type of stone cost a lot of resources. And I didn't know we had this. So Elaine realizes that she didn't have to use this. God damn it. Time you make it right. Make you fly. Be happy, afraid of They look like in a row. I want these guys. Do I like this? I don't think I do. I think it's like too contrasted. I don't know. Anyway. Honestly, actually, I think I kind of like those being there, so I think I gotta keep these. Bonk. That's crazy. That's crazy. Let's make it log. I think this one will do. Well, this one's also much darker.
Open your door,
Welcome on
at your door.
in,
Open your
Puddlecat
door.
VT. How was your stream? Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you don't mind telling us how you found us, I'd love to know. But otherwise, if you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. But we're just hanging out playing Minecraft on my Minecraft server. So I hope you're having a wonderful one. Oh my dear world, that's alright. It's the thought that counts. Hi, it was fun. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. So glad. What did you get up to in your Minecraft world? Were you playing modded? Were you playing vanilla? Were you playing with the new base? We're playing on my MC 2.0 server. Ooh. Was it modded? I'm curious. That sounds hella fun. But again, yes, if you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. There's a spider that wants to... Wanna fight? You wanna fight? I'm building a grocery store? Fuck yeah, that sounds cool. How are games going? Good. Just kind of getting into it for the night. The spider's being a dick. Go get him, Goose. Go get him, Goose. We're doing good. If you don't know me, my name's Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow, and I like to be a goober and play Minecraft. Get the fuck away from my house, dog. Ow. Apparently my Wi-Fi has suddenly decided to brick going off mobile. Oh, I'm sorry. Closed key caption. Wait, closed caption what? Fun? Yeah, I'm trying to make like a cottage. And I don't know how I'm gonna do it. Your model so cute. Thank you! Is made by the wonderful Azumi Wizard in Jersey BZ on Blue Sky. Oh man, words? Mining stone with stone pickaxe way faster. On GB headphones are broken, so he is using closed caption. I'm sorry. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I'm very closed caption friendly because I slur my words a lot. Sleep real quick. Bonk. But I'm sorry. I'm sorry your headset's broken. I don't know if we have captioning on, honestly. Scratch. I feel like I should put closed captioning in my stuff eventually. Christmas. Korma. The CC is wild. That's fair. Okay, I put those doors on wrong. That's okay. Another wooden one though. Why does it keep giving me wood? Wood pickaxe. Why? Also, okay, how am I gonna get that? These captions are wild. They're getting the words wrong and making into out-of-pocket stuff. That's crazy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm EB, so I'm asleep, but I hope your college goes well. Thank you. Thank you. Well, like I said, we're not really closed caption friendly here, but we will be someday. We will be someday. I was thinking of something and now I've forgotten. I don't like the way this looks. Also, your laugh is so, like, I don't know how to describe it other than I'm glad you think so. I think I sound like a goober, but I'm glad that it's comforting to someone. I don't know what to do. I don't know if I like the shape of my house. I was kind of just going off of this reference, but I don't know if I like it. Hello? Was that a goose? I don't know. I heard, like, metal, I thought. Oh. I want to hear the laugh. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I will try not to laugh. So that way you don't feel left out. Goobers are my favorite people. Okay, good night, good night. I'm glad you feel that way. Thank you for the lurk. We will miss you. Cause, oh my god. Thinking. Thank you for the check-in. I hope you sleep well. Okay, what about, like, this one, though? Like, would we, like... Would this? Yeah, I think I like that. I think we could do... Boop, boop. Yeah, I think the contrast of this works better than with, like, this. Oh, thank you for the wellness check. Let me just stretch, and then I'll drink some water. I like this. Oh! Pop my rib cage. Boo doo doo. I'm an older alpha man. Alright. 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I'm gonna do a test wall. I'll do this as like a test wall, I think. Horse. Who popped their cage? I did. Pop my rib cage. Wish it was a Nicolas Cage though. Oh, I got a lawyer as a generic recognition for 5 days in this world. Oh shit. Yippee. Alright. Damn, these CCs are fucking wild. I'm sorry! I don't know what to do about this. I never thought someone would use closed captioning on my stream. I didn't think it'd be that important. But now we know, and now I know to get a better closed captioning system. Have a horse, then open the door. Have horse, have man. Horse, have man. I don't know if I like this. We're gonna find out though. Boop, boop, boop. Ah, it's too short. I don't know if I like this wall. That's what I am. There we go. That doesn't look good. We gotta go back. We gotta mind this shit. We gotta go back. What's happening? I wonder if the CC's capturing. No, I don't think so because it'd be in the VOD, I guess. I was just wondering if it was capturing the words in my brain. The song. Maybe that's why I was getting all gobbledygooked. I think that's better as a floor. I don't know what I want to use as a wall. Wait, I just clicked on one and my eyes zonked out. Maybe this one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. Bum ba dum ba dum bum ba dum ba dum. And then this one. It says that's why a goblet is better than floor. If I'm honest, with my attention span, which is as like if you stick around here, you'll realize I have an attention span as big as a goldfish. I'm gonna be honest, I don't even remember what I said 5 seconds ago to whatever that closed caption is. Could have said it. I wonder if we have framework. I think we do. No. Wait, we have copycats, don't we? We do. But this shit is expensive, isn't it? Isn't this shit expensive? Stone cutting. I need zinc at a stone cut. Oh, that's not expensive. What color is a caption? Depends on... The only closed captioning I know that is colored is the ones on usually on streams. Otherwise, it's like black and white, I think. There you go. I do like the barrel bottoms. How do you make a barrel? Barrel. Cold couchin'. Cold couchin'. Cold couchin'. I need more wood. Wood. Are there barrels? GB, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in to the Milk Club officially. Gold barrel, iron barrel, dark oak barrel. I think I Spruce barrel? Spruce barrel might be better. I don't know if we have any spruce. We have spruce. I need to start planting trees. Let me get a dark oak sapling and a spruce sapling. Burp. Boop. Boop. There's a blue jay stuck right there. You stuck, buddy? Let me boop you out of there. Let me boop you out of there. Why is he stuck? He is stuck. Eh. Okay, well, he's just gonna be stuck, I guess. I don't know how many of these we'll need, but I'll just make 16 for now. Boop, boop, boop. Alright, like... we did like one out? That's not what I wanted. I really only have 2 barrels. Oh, great. I might vary these up a little bit. Yeah, it'll probably look better. Boop. Just make little holes. Where I want different ones, I think. Me thinks me make hole to add different variations. Enough. Enough. Actually, don't know if this one will matter all that much, but I'll do it anyway. Alright. That's the one we got, which is... offset? No, it's offset cobblestone. This is rounded cobblestone. Which one is the rounded one? I just had that one, didn't I? Cracked. Take some of the cracked ones, I guess. Boop. 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 Eh. Why can't I get that one? Oh, I got it. Cool. Maybe some normal cobblestone? Yeah. Boop. Boop. Alright, and then one more variant. Boop. Oh, I missed some. Boop, boop. Boop. I like that. I think that looks nice. And then I need those brick. I need those stone bricks. What are these? I don't know where I got those. Just gonna put those back in there because I don't know where those are. And if I wanted those, I'd kind of be shit out of luck. Alright, and then how would this look? I think that's not so bad once I add, like, more stuff to it. Do we have, like, window things? Shelves would work fine. Oak plank parapets. I just want to see... That's a curtain rod. What about shelf? I need different colors. Oh. Hello. Come to my home. It is still in heavy construction. I'm here on behalf of Coven Commodities, just dropping off some light for the new railway table. Yippee! Did I make a spruce ones? Dark oak. Dark oak. Get boop. So 5. Oh. Thank you. I shall put this in a chest. Black post box? What is this? Right click the train station nearby to place a post box nearby. What the fuck? This shit's big brain. I need to put this in like a special chest. The ponder should explain their specific uses. Appreciate you kindly. CEO of Coven Commodities LLC. That's a potato. Make a spruce chest for these. There you go. It'll be our special train chest, which I will go put right here. This. I think that's everything. Boop. Boop, boop. It's cute. I like that. I think that's a good, it like matches that well. I guess we could match the top with that. I don't know if I like this though. I don't know if I want the barrels there. Do I have any? We have enough iron for shears, huh? 1, 2. Oh. More iron. Shoot. I think I gave. We have 2 of everything. Let me check. Boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. There you go. Alright, I was gonna grab leaves. I need leaves from the trees. There you go. Boop. Leaves. I bet this is gonna make the ground darker, just like when you put leaves down in the other ones. I like this. And then oh wait. Wait, I gotta do this way then. Yeah, that looks better. I'd say that looks better actually. This spruce? This is spruce. Might use oak. Well, this is not what the song I thought it was, but I still like this song. Let's get a trap door. These are cute. Oh, ranch. The ranch ones. I'm gonna try the oak ones or the spruce ones. How to make a spruce one? Okay, so it's... Oops. Yum. Do I like it? I feel like it should be lighter. I think the next lightest one is oak. Yeah. Boop, 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 boop. Boop. 1, 2, 3. I need 2 more. Oh, that works out gorgeous. Gorgeous. Okay. Oh, I don't have enough oak. It's not something I thought I'd say. Okay. Actually, yeah, I'm out of oak. I must plant oak tree too. Cut down this one. This one's only gonna give me 3 though. Oh, this one gave me oak saplings, so I'll go plant these ones. This one might need more room. Put oak here, and spruce right there. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. River. There we go. Part of me thinks I should have made... Well, they might be in the middle, so I wouldn't be able to use the stair method here. But I could use it on, like, the outside of it. I also kind of want to do the shutter thing. If I did the shutters. Oh, wait, yeah, I can because I made this one a single one, right? Yes, I did. Shutter? Oh my god, we do have shutters. It's just 3 spruce trapdoors, Pog. Wait, do I want to do spruce? Yes, I only want it... I might do... Well, maybe. Might as well try it. The magic, baby. How make trapdoor again? Oh, fuck, Knuckles. Oh, I can unmake them. Oh, let's go. That only gives me 2. I thought... Do I have more over here? I do. Okay, I'm just gonna fix these ones as well. Oh, I just made a bunch of bark... Oh, fuck. You don't have to insult me, birch blanks. I know I fucked up. Sort. Spruce. Wait, what? Interesting. Now they won't open, fuck. Wait, why won't they open? Oh wait, do I gotta... Ah, yeah, okay, that makes sense. I think that's cute. I think it's a good bit of spruce for this, though. Sparks. It doesn't even give you, like, an even amount. I guess it's just like Minecraft Wars, I guess. I don't like that this top has nothing, but I might fix that. Boop. Oh, wait. Boop, boop. Boop. Open my eyes. There we go. That looks nice. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the fifth one is the one that has the spruce half slabs. Has a mailbox set. I can have the train just passively drive around the track. Then, if you need to send items to anyone. Boop, 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 boop. Filter. I guess maybe. Wait, is it on the. I see. This is 1, 2. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, okay. I might understand. Happens to your life. What stairs do I want to put on there? What would be... I feel like stone would be nice. What if I... Can't you say what? Cobblestone brick stairs. I think mossy cobblestone would be nice to add a little bit more green. I like how this looks on the map. Alrighty. Anything? Ooh, a hidden Santa box for me. Alright, cool. So mossy cobblestone on the bottom and then just normal cobblestone stairs on top, I think is my plan. Yes, that makes sense, because the texture of the cobblestone I think would look nice. Boop. Does it go all the way around? No. Let me make... Do you have any vines? Or is it moss? It is vines. We need vines. Do we have vines? I say as I look to my right and see a bunch of vines. Unkempt. I start from the bottom or else I'll lose the rest of them. Just so you just sign it on the packaging. Ah, that's fucking epic. I need that many. 6. Make 6. I have another 4. I think only having it on the outside looks better. So then this one would be... Oh, it's getting dark. I went up one too many. I think that one would be the only one there. Found another place. Around the way. I like this. This looks good. Boop. Santa! Let's see how many of those I can accumulate. The top layer doesn't change. And then so I did it this way because I thought that's how it worked, but Elaine's thinking that she might want to put the thing here. If I put the thing here, this is going to be uneven. But then we can make it a 2 by 2, I think. Yeah. Doot. Like this. Oh fuck. Should have stood on top of it. 2, 3, 4, 5. Boop. It's like oops. Boop. Oh, I'll be like that. I need more bush. I need more bush. I need more tree bush. Yep. Do I have an extra? I don't. Then I'd have to do this. Get the oak parapet. Grab the shutter again. There you go. Yeah, that's fine by me. I'm not looking at that side because that side's a little ugly. Is there any? There's not like a stone trap door, is there? No, not really. Maybe like a stone. Okay, can we do a like a vertical stone slab? Yes, we can. If we took, dude. Oh, more iron ingots. Cool. If we did like this, and then apparently if we do this. I'm not against that, honestly. 2, 3. 2, 3. I have no more room. Oop, that's the wrong one. There we go. It's a little bulky, but I think because it's like the column, I think I'm okay with that fact. If this stays like this, I might make this like this. Yeah. Okay, I have an idea. That would lead me going up a floor. Okay. Put these barrels in here. Put this in here. Stone bricks I'll put away. Just animal stuff it is. Do you make it? I have so much wood in my inventory. And stone. Alrighty. Alrighty. I am going to go. I think I'm gonna call it for a stream today. I think I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Just chill for the rest of the night, honestly. I love you guys very much. Thank you for hanging out with me today. Ooh. Pancake's playing Yap Yap. I'm gonna go raid Pancake because they're playing Yap Yap, and I'm sure that would be fun to watch. Thank you guys so much. Wait, let me make sure they're still streaming, because if I don't refresh, maybe they're offline and I'd cry. Okay. Alright, cool. Okie dokie. Thank you for hanging out with me. I hope you guys have a fun time with Pancake. Here is a raid message. You don't have to do it. Use it if you don't want to, but I appreciate it if you did, because then they know where you came from if I can't type, but that's okay. But I love you guys, and I hope you guys have a wonderful night. We'll be back tomorrow for more fun shenanigans. Sorry, I'm apparently illiterate. Tomorrow we'll be starting off stream an hour in. We will be playing RV There Yet with Miu and friends, and then we'll be doing some co-working and probably some art. So I hope to see you there. I love you guys a lot, and I will see you tomorrow. I love you.